Come here, buddy. Big fucking dog shoves everything out of the way, knocks everything over with his tail, knocks all Daddy's drinks over, unplugs all of his electronics. Double. Oh, look how tall you are. Look how tall you are. The dogs. Count the dogs. Oh. You big puppy. You big fluffy puppy. Alright. Alright, go inside. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on, please. Good boy. And after all this time, he still tries to fit through the cat door. Not the brightest. Ego lift. My spirit animal. I got that dog. He's 2 years old, so still kind of a puppy technically. When he was little, he used to run in through the cat door. And every month that would go by, I'd watch him get a little bigger. One day, I was like, he's going to get stuck in there. Sure enough. Thump. Yeah, he's getting big, isn't he? Tallest dog I've ever owned. I've had 2 St. Bernards, 1 Rottweiler, a handful of pit bulls, a King Shepherd that was 120-ish pounds, and he is by far the tallest. He's the tallest, but he doesn't weigh that much. He's not that heavy. Where's my light switch? Illuminate. Here we go. All right. Yeah, he's a big dog, only 2 years old. So, arm came out of the cast. I don't have to wear it unless I'm doing activity, doing physical therapy. I can extend it full range of motion now. Time to get back after it, boys. Like I'm done wasting away and melting, and I got if I take this off, I have 1 tiny arm and 1 big one. So we're starting to train again. Yesterday I tried doing a live stream where I was painting Warhammer figurines with my son, and just I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to do. So this is what YouTube told me. I'm killing my own channel. So if you go look at my channel right now, you'll see about 5, 6 different playlists. I've got a physical therapy playlist. I've got shorts. I've got 1-minute training videos. I've got all my competition best lifts. Those are cool. I've got Angry Marine rants where I yell and scream about common, whatever's in the news. And most of the people that subscribe to my channel have been following me for a long time, like this content. However, what YouTube told me was when I had that first 84,000 view video and I was doing really good, I had that trend where I got 2,000 subscribers in less than 2 months, and I had 400,000 views, and I was killing all the fitness channels even though I have less than 8,000 subscribers. They were saying that whenever I do the other videos that I like to do, like the Warhammer stuff, that it confuses the algorithm. And unfortunately, so if I make a rant in my truck and my good friends watch it, I have a couple hundred views, let's say, and it's the people that normally watch my videos, and they're like, oh, it's cool, we want to see more of that. It kills it because, how did they explain it? So I'll get, like, say, a 20,000 view live stream and then a 300 view rant video, and then I'll do a 15,000 view live stream, and then like a 400 view whatever video, Warhammer. And so the algorithm's like totally confused. Is it a channel with no views or a channel with a lot of views? So what basically YouTube told me was whatever you're successful with, you should lean into and just do that. So now I got to figure out, like, well, if I want to continue to do the other stuff just because I enjoy it, maybe I need to make a second channel. And then do I keep this one as my little channel for all the Warhammer stuff, or do I start a new channel completely fresh and just dedicate that to the live streams? So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, but all I know is that I feel like training, and I'm sick of withering away. Semper Fi, brother. Stephen Sullivan in the house. We got a Marine. Unfortunately, that makes sense. I noticed that too. Accidentally discovered it by changing up privacy settings. Yeah, man, it sucks. So it's like I was watching some other streams. Do you guys watch the Unsubscribed podcast? It's got it's a couple veterans. What's it? Eli Double Tap. It's got the police officer, donut operator, Brandon Herrera. He has the AK channel. He manufactures the custom AK-47s, and then a couple other people, and they just do the podcast. And they were telling me that because that's what took off and that's what's getting the views, everything else got put on separate channels, and so they have like a channel for each thing. Angry Cops, yeah. That's my favorite podcast, by the way. Louis Solis, how are you? I'm doing all right, my man. I just got. Louis Solis. Oh, I just turned the sound on. I just had bicep surgery. I'm about a month, 2 months out. No, about 6 weeks out, and I'm starting to get back to where I can train again. You ever heard of the new P. Diddy olive oil? You're about, let's see, Kutcher 13. You're probably 13 years old, because that joke was almost funny 2 or 3 months ago. P. Diddy jokes are like, they're done, dude. Louis Solis, it's my birthday. What's up? What's going on for tonight? I'm going to do some squats, my brother. And then I'm going to do some... maybe some one-arm exercises, so I'll look like a fiddler crab. Shit, that was tough how you push that joke off. Wow, dude, man, you get the random trolls, like you get the scrolling on the toilet thing going on, and I understand, because I was sitting on the toilet one day. I wanted to understand how YouTube metrics worked, and I see how you flip through until something's of interest, and when you stop on it, you're like, oh, let's check this idiot out. And so a lot of my trolls, like, they're on the shitter, and they're either exploring themselves in the shower, or they're on the crapper and they want to say something funny. And usually they'll either make fun of a physical feature, or they'll say something like, are you gay? Or, like, whatever. But the Diddy jokes are like, come on, guys, you could do better than that. Like that, it was kind of funny about, what was it, 6 months ago? We're going on half a year already. Like, Biden's not in office anymore. Angry Cops is hilarious. Basement Jesus is awesome. King David, what happened to your arm? I popped my bicep off of my ulnar, or my radius bone. Bicep tendon snapped off, so I had it surgically reconnected. Bro froze. Okay. The mic drop moment there for you. Changing privacy settings and deleting poor performing posts gets the old posts from 2 to 3 years ago get recommended again. Oh yeah. So I can't do curls yet. I'm not allowed to put any weight on the bicep yet. I can extend the arm. I can take it out of this brace, but the reason why I have this brace on is because I'm going to do barbell squats and I want to protect the arm. Should let's say that barbell slip off my back and I had to catch it, it would be detrimental. It could put me in the hospital again. So we want to wear this as a precaution. After I get done doing barbell squats, I'll take this thing off, and I can work the triceps out, so maybe I'll do some like rope pull downs or something of that nature. With foist, I need to get rid of this thing. Where's my deadlift jack? Normally I don't use a deadlift jack, but in this case, since I only have one arm, I don't know if you guys can see in the corner here, right there. Let's see, right there. That shit's hanging up there. That is a Smith machine, which I purchased, and I'm going to be setting up in my garage, and I'm going to be using it for physical therapy. Now, my wife just had hip surgery, so she's going to get some use out of that too. So I know what you're saying. Smith machine, pretty gay, right? But it has its uses, especially in the context of physical therapy. And I'll be training Muay Thai again, so I'm going to start going back to the gym. Probably go tomorrow. I'll get some video of that. I obviously won't be able to spar for a while, but I can start doing like technique days. I'll be able to participate in drills, that kind of thing. I got my heavy bags over here, of course. I'm gonna start keeping those again. Start training martial arts. Get back to heavy lifting. Get back to hitting the bag. Get back to training Muay Thai. I just had to wait for this brace to come off. It'll probably be it's probably still going to be a couple of months before I can actually strike. Like if I were to throw a hook, it would put all that pressure right on the bicep. I'll probably start lifting with like bands or like a really light 5-pound dumbbell, that kind of thing. Actually, you know what? Let's just set these down here. Just keep it simple. I'm going to have to rearrange my garage. Come on. I'm getting like a badass one-arm workout. I looked in the mirror today, and even though I haven't worked this arm out in over a month, I'm still probably a good 18 inches. And then this one here, like I put on a short sleeve shirt, and this sleeve was super tight, and this one was loose. I'm like, it just looks weird, man. Let's see. Not gay, helpful. Hey, what's up, baby? My wife Christina's in the house. She's a moderator. Sammy Reacts says, damn, this dad is jacked. I really appreciate you saying that, because I feel like, honestly, I'm wasting away. Like, I've lost all my size. I was 20 pounds heavier. Dude, when I was ready for that competition, I was a beast. And now I feel like, other than being kind of ripped, this is pretty much normal. Steve and I getting over a cold. Yeah, you saw, I got sick the other day. And now my wife has it. I'm sorry, baby. So what happened to your arm? I like to come up with a joke, but honestly, I'll just be straight up. I was doing deadlifts. I was getting ready for a competition where I would have absolutely broken the fucking national record and become ranked #1 in the world for my weight and age. And on the last lift of the last day of training, my biceps snapped off the bone. Like it sounded like Velcro. And that's all she wrote. And then I got all the told you so's and, oh, so you're going to hurt yourself. And thanks, Cole. I appreciate that. I'm 28, hit the gym 5 days a week, and you look better than me. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. But yeah, yes, I am a competitive powerlifter. One of the best in the world, actually. If I would have taken the national records at this competition in March, and I would have gotten the 1,700 pound total that's been eluding me for the last 2 years, I would have been in Hall of Fame territory. I've been ranked top 3 in the world, all federations, for my weight and age for the last 5 years. My highest competition total is 1,650. I had a 670 deadlift, 620 squat, and a 385 bench. I was hitting 425 in the gym, but my best in competition was 385. And I've had people say, like, well, if you're hitting 425 in the gym, how come you only got 385? I went for 410 for my third attempt, and I didn't get it. So, and that's another thing. I was gonna go for at least a 400 pound bench this competition. I would have had the highest squat ever in my weight class at 670. I was gonna go for 700. I really feel like I had a 700 pound squat in me. I absolutely was gonna go for 700 pounds on the deadlift. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I think I overtrained. I overdid it. Actually, you know what I think killed me, babe, to be honest with you, after talking to everybody? I think it was training Muay Thai and powerlifting at the same time. I was doing Muay Thai for cardio, so me and the kids were training 3 days a week at One Cakes, which is a gym here in town. It's a K1 UFC affiliate gym. And they were telling me it wasn't the sparring, it was hitting the bag. So, like, when you're hitting the bag really hard, it puts a lot of pressure on the biceps. So both of your biceps are attached by this one little tendon. Send message. I'll call you back. Let me turn my ringer off here. Nobody ever calls me this late. Sorry about that. I think it was like doing heavy rows, heavy deadlifts, all that stuff, and then hitting the heavy bag, training 3 days a week, sparring 2 days a week. It was just too much. It's too much for a 50-year-old, I got video of all of it. How much would someone have to pay you to say the hard R? What is hard R? Retard? Thanks, Bill. God nerfed you so others had a chance. Well, this isn't the first time I've been injured. I would say in the last 4 years, I've had 2 major injuries. I blew my shoulder out. But it was only a partial tear, so I was able to rehab from that. I lost the use of my leg in 2022. That was a bad one. That took me a year to I was just about to hit a 600 pound squat for the first time in my life. I had 585 on the bar, no problem. And I went to a commercial gym, and it was one of those 24-hour fitnesses, and like, they had some really big dudes in there, and like to show off. These guys were, they were all roided out. They looked like Rich Piana, there was just like, they were all fucking huge. And then my little 120 pound ass, like, this one guy was doing deadlifts with 5 plates, and I was like, huh. So you can only put 5 bumper plates on the deadlift bar, right? You can't put 6 because they're too thick. And they just had regular old gym bars. They weren't special. So I loaded up 5 plates, and he walks by and he kind of looks. He gives me this like, yeah, whatever. And as soon as he turned around, and him and his buddy, they were staring at me. That's when I went, and I ripped off a set of 20. I hit 520 pounds for 20 reps. And I dropped it and kind of like walked off and acted like nothing. And then I walked around the corner and then I was like, then I come back and I'm like, you know. And then I was with my friend, what was his name? Eli. It doesn't matter. So we went over to the bench and we're working bench out, and they get the same group. They're over there and they're like talking shit or whatever. And then now there was a little group, and I see that he hits 315 for like a set of three, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I put 315 on there, and I put 365, and then 405, and I hit 405 for a double. And they were like, oh, God, this guy's pretty strong. But then I dropped it back down to 315 and hit it for a set of 11. Bam. And then Eli goes, are you done, dude? And I go, no, you know what? I think I'm going to do squats. So again, I walked over there and I put 5 plates on the squat bar, and I ripped it off like a set of 10. And then by then I had a whole bunch of people coming up and talking to me, and these kids were like, whoa, dude, you're fucking strong for an old guy. And I get in my car, drive home, and as soon as I get out of my car, my back's hurting. I'm like, oh man. I mean, I definitely overdid it. Like, I could tell I'm going to have to take a few days off. I come in the garage, and my daughter's got a toy on the floor, and I'm thinking, God. I walk over, bend over, pick it up, my back goes out. And every muscle from my L5 to my foot cramps up so bad I start screaming. And I don't know, my wife came out and she just found me laying on the floor, and I don't remember how we got to the hospital. That's how bad it was. It just, no. So the question I have is that, like, is it the toy that threw my back out, or was it me showing off at the gym? But I have to tell you, like, I don't get to a commercial gym all that often. Like, I train alone in my garage. And I thought it was just the coolest fucking thing. I had this little entourage, and like all these people were so amazed, and I was just eating it up, man. I was having the time of my life, and I'm not used to that kind of attention. So I was like, dude, this is awesome. And my buddy's rolling his eyes. He's like, oh, this okay. So I did learn a very important lesson that day, and that's like, I'm not sure what the actual lesson is. It was something about humility, or doing things for the what do you call it? The appreciate for the opinions of other people. Let's see. I am happy in a relationship with my hand. What's up, man? That's a great name. Jack Dowling, Jesus loves you. Thank you. I didn't really need you to tell me that, Jack, but I appreciate it. Just joined. When did your back give out? Oh, that was a while ago, Isaiah. So I've been dealing with back issues my entire life. Well, not my entire life, but I had a major back accident back in 1995, 96. I had 48 stitches across my L5, and I lost feeling on one side of my body. I had to learn how to rewalk again. It was I spent like a couple months in traction. I got the use of my leg back, and from there I was able to I got into training, but because I didn't have feeling on one side of my body, what was happening was I was doing damage and kind of twisting everything up, and because I didn't feel it, I didn't realize I was doing it. So when my nerves started working again and I started being able to feel that side of my body, I had a bad curve in my spine. I had real bad sciatic nerve issues, and it's just something I've been dealing with. And people will tell me, like, well, you shouldn't lift. And it doesn't matter if I lift or I don't. As a matter of fact, if I don't lift, if all I do is nothing, it actually gets worse. It actually makes the problem worse. So, Coach Jim, click the link. What happened to your arm? I was exploring myself in the shower and I slipped. Nah, I was doing deadlifts and I popped the bicep off my radius. Yeah. They already did the surgery though. I'm only wearing this brace as a precaution because I want to do squats and I don't want to accidentally if I have to catch the weight, it could put me back in the hospital because I'm only about 5 weeks out of surgery. So let's see, where are my knee sleeves? And my squat shoes. Oh. We're gonna get serious today, boys. We're done sitting around doing nothing. Where are my knee sleeves? I just brought them out here. There's something in the air that oh man. What do I do with them? Oh, okay. Give me a second. I gotta run to the bedroom real quick. I gotta grab my knee sleeves. All right, sorry about that. My knee sleeves. All right. Get my beverage. All right. I apologize for not being organized, but I haven't had time. All right. That here. All right, we got everything we need. Okay. One of these things is not like the other. Get my old trusty SBDs here. Man, I've been squatting. Well, actually, I was squatting every day after surgery, as much as I could. But then I noticed like my legs were starting to cramp up. So I'm thinking like the squatting every day thing wasn't working too good. What's up, bro? Your arm almost better. It's yeah, I can get to work Joshua 8 or Joshua B. I can take this brace off, but I want to leave it on because I'm about to squat as a precaution. Am I still serving as a Marine? No. I got my last year of active duty was 2003. 2003. I'm just getting these things situated here. Sorry, can't. I only have one arm, so I'm just kind of moving everything out of the way. Can you guys see this thing? I might use that. I got the leg curl machine. The only thing that sucks about the camera view being this narrow is you can't see very wide. Hey babe, you up front? You gonna come in the garage?
No.
Why?
No, dude, I'm sick. Somebody's gotta water the garage or it's gonna die.
Nobody cares.
What?
Nobody cares. I've seen a 5-pound plate. I take a little toe right off someone's foot. Oh yeah. You know, somebody told me, they go, "How can you train barefoot? Isn't that dangerous?" I'm like, how? How's that dangerous? Well, if you're deadlifting and you're barefoot, what? How? Who drops the weight on their feet deadlifting? And let's just say you did drop the weight on your feet deadlifting. If you have, let's say, 600 pounds on the bar, what the fuck are shoes gonna do for you? Yeah, right? Like, okay, your sumo stance with a pair of Chuck Taylors on. There you go. Yeah, I've had so many people tell me you shouldn't train barefoot. At a public gym, I agree, because that's gross. Let's see. Isaiah Harbor to Smooth. Do you do any work now? I know you were talking about possibly doing merch if people are interested last week. So yeah, so here's the thing, Ike. Can I call you Ike? I'm gonna offer memberships. So I had 3 membership levels set up. I had $2.99, which is a basic membership. You earn ranks, Marine Corps ranks, starting with Lance Corporal all the way up to warrant officer and loyalty badges. And then I was going to offer a Discord server for members only. And then I had a $9.99 level, which was something like member only live streams. So if you're a member, we just do our own live stream together. I would do shout out videos for other channels, which I do already anyways. There was a couple other things, and then there was a third perk for $49, which is a lot of money, and it was going to be video one-on-one training together, and then you could join an IPL registered powerlifting team with the United States Powerlifting Association anywhere in the United States or world. I don't know how that would work if you're overseas and you are a member. So the USPA is the United States branch, federation that represents the IPL, and I don't know what it is overseas, but I was like, I don't know if that's going to work. So I have a lot of people in India and England, Australia, a couple other countries. So I'm like, well, I wasn't sure how that would work. How would I do a team? So it'd have to be an IPL team. But that means, so I was about to pull the trigger on that, and then I paused it because I'm just like, well, I work construction full time, sometimes 60 hours a week. If I promise something, I have to be able to keep that promise, which means how would I didn't feel right about it. Something just didn't feel right. So I paused it, and I'm going to refine that. And I wanted to ask you guys, see, what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to make a living off of YouTube, but I told my wife that if she manages my channel, all that money will go to her. So this will literally be my wife's income, her second job. She's already managing the channel. She's my managing moderator. She already keeps my schedule. She already does pretty much everything for me. So I was like, well, you can get the money I make off of YouTube, which right now I make like a couple $100 a month. And she is a board certified massage therapist, and she used to have her own business, but COVID shut it down. So until she gets that started up again, I said, well, this could be some income for you. And then if it takes off and it actually winds up making some money, that all yours. You can have it.
We're busy. Sorry.
What's up, sweetie?
I wanted to take the bike, but never mind. You are.
Can you get it under the garage there?
Yeah.
Do you think you can? Go for it.
Okay.
Long story short, or short story long, rather. I decided to hold off on that because I just didn't feel like it was something. Like, people did express interest in me training them, but I'm not a trainer. I am a USPA certified strength coach. But then, I don't know, it just, babe, you keep hitting the camera.
I do. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
You did it 3 times in a row. What are we trying to do here?
I
Talk to me,
I
Goose.
don't know.
You're gonna knock my drinks over.
I'm not gonna knock both your drinks
What do we need to do here? Before you try to bowl this bike through all this equipment, what do you think you should do first?
over. Move the equipment.
Yay!
Oh my gosh. It's like
All right.
I keep being the one that's smartest.
You are awesome.
I know it.
You need help with that? That probably weighs a little too much for you.
And then you could right there to your left, mister. Shine my fingers at the body.
Can you get through there now?
Yes. Go sit. And bother more people. On the internet. Dad.
Why is it whenever I'm live streaming you need to get the bike, and when I'm not live streaming you're perfectly happy taking a scooter?
Yes.
Sorry.
She's like, let me see, how can I inconvenience him in the highest way possible? I love her though. She's my road dog.
Can't go back there.
Canon 0311 Semper Fi. Goddamn grunt. I'm a pogue and I'm proud of it. Let's see, this gym influencer named Harry Abdel just dropped like 500 pounds on his toe. So I was in the gym once and I forgot what I was doing, but I was holding a 45-pound plate and it slipped. I just dropped it right on my foot. And I'm standing on a wooden platform, so it hits my foot and goes BAM! And then bounces and rolls and then hits some metal stuff, and everybody in the gym looks over at me. And I'm just standing there like, you know, I'll walk off and I'm like, and I go around the corner into the bathroom and I'm like, I gotta peel my shoe off. Red and swollen. Right across the bridge of the foot. It's this big purple mark. I'm like, put my shoe back on and walk out of the bathroom. I'm like, yeah, walk over like nothing happened. It's all good. One guy came up to me and goes, did you drop that on your foot? I'm like, Danny Wolf Strongman. Hey, everybody in the chat right now, stop what you're doing. Go check Danny Wolf Strongman out. There's a gentleman that went. He's lost over 100 pounds of weight. He went from a wheelchair to competing strongman. And if that ain't enough to motivate you and pique your interest in the strength sports, I don't know what the hell to tell you. He is like 200 years old, so keep that in mind. Ryan Mora, what's up? I think I'm an okay dad. I mean, I care about my kids. I don't think, what qualifies as a good father? Someone who takes an interest in their children, a genuine interest. That's really all I got. I mean, we have fun. My kids, kids and I train together. I try to be an active part of their lives, and they're good kids. I don't know. But as far as a good dad, I don't know. All I know is I care about them. The Body Beatdown. We got another Masters lifter in the house. What's up? Hello. Just popped in before they hit the bed. Have a great night. There's another guy right here. You guys got to check this gentleman out. He is the all-natural version of me. If I had a Santa beard. So he's another elite level lifter in his mid-50s. He's putting up some serious numbers for a guy his age, and he's 100% natural. So definitely check him out. They all knew you were hiding the pain. Yeah, I'm sure they did, Ryan, because my face is red, and I'm like... You by far better than most, my friend. Steven Sullivan. You know, here's the thing, like, I'm not one to whine about growing up, right? You know, because if you think about it, the shit we went through probably turned us into what we are today. And what is that? I am a psychotically competitive man who will, once he latches onto a goal, will go after it with nothing except for death getting in the way of it, and that includes like powerlifting, probably to the point of not being healthy. You know, I'll injure myself or other things of that nature. It's like, you know, my dad never offered me encouragement, never said he loved me, never said I was doing a good job. He never said shit to me. And I would tell my dad, I love you, and I could tell it made him feel really weird. Like I could see that he kind of maybe wanted to say it back to me, but just couldn't. And every time I'd hug him, and I'd hug it up, Dad. You know, like he would get all tense, and I just felt like, you know, my parents didn't go to any of my sporting events. Um, they never helped me with money. You know, there was one time I was broke, and I asked my parents for help, and they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't give me a dime. And then I asked, well, it's like, you give my sister's money, you gave my sister the car I wanted. You know, my grandpa died, and my mom straight up told me, he goes, you're a man. You need to figure it out. You men don't get help. I was like, oh, okay, Mom. So whatever, that's cool. But I never felt like my parents actually wanted me. See, me and my sisters were all adopted. And I kind of got I always got the sense that we were more like arm candy. You know, my dad was up for police chief, and Mom was one of those like, how do I explain her? She would wear the fur coats, you know, and she had like the diamond ring, and had a row for every year of marriage, and you know they were married for over 50 years. So this honking ugly ass ring that she would wear, and she'd always show it off to all the ladies. And she was very materialistic, you know, very much about her accoutrements and appearances. And that's like, I always thought that we were. I never asked. I always thought that my parents didn't actually ever have intimate relations. I never saw them hugging or kissing or holding hands. Like, I don't know if they ever had sex, to be honest with you. And all of us were adopted. So you tell me. I don't know. Never asked. Don't care. None of my business. My parents were never the types to talk about that kind of stuff. We didn't ever have open discussions about any of that shit. So, you know, I grew up thinking my parents didn't really want me. With my kids, I want to make sure they understand that no matter what, I will always love them. You know, my son comes home and tells me, hey, Dad, I'm trans. I'm like, we're going to have a talk, but I still love you. Like, there's nothing he could tell me that would say that caused me not to love him. I might disagree with him. I might argue with him. I might tell him that what he's doing is, like, I don't agree with it. I think to the point of saying I think what you're doing is immoral, but I will never not support you or love you. And I always make sure that they understand that. And I don't tell them they do a good job when they don't. You know, if they need to work on stuff, I say, no, you could do better, man. I mean, I won't do it in a way that makes them feel like shit. Like, my son paints Warhammer figurines with me. Well, I used to be a professional illustrator. I've got airbrushes. I've spent hundreds of hours painting these miniatures, and I've entered them in competitions. And his paint jobs aren't that great. So he shows me a little paint, you know, like, yeah, that's great, son. But I'll tell him, I'm like, well, you know, that's pretty good, but you know what would look really good is if you primed it first, because then that paint would stick to it evenly. And then, you know, he gets all bummed out. I'm like, no, it looks good though. You know, like, but then, you know, I always try to give him encouragement. Like, no, they're looking way better. You're getting way better, my man. And then I'll show him like how he's improved, and I'll tell him like, you've gotten better at this, but this could be done better. You know, I try not to blow smoke up their ass, but I try to give them real criticism with encouragement. You know, where you did a good job, where you did a bad job. And I also try to let them know that no matter what, I'm still your man. You know what I mean? Like, you don't ever, you know, you're good enough just the way you are. Does that make sense? I don't know, I might be just babbling. You seem to be a soft and loving man for how strong and masculine you are. Good combination to have, brother. I like your definition of a good father. Your daughter has no doubt you love her. My daughter's my road dog. Sorry about your parents not showing they love you like you deserved. Dude, my parents were abusive, man. I was talking, my wife cannot stand my mom. We took my older sister in because she was homeless, and she was living off the state. There's a long story with that, but she was freezing to death in Illinois, so nobody in the family would take her in. So I literally like took off 2 days from work, and we drove from Vegas to Chicago and back again nonstop. And when I took my sister in, she's 3 years older than me, and she's always lived off the state. She's never had a job. She was in mental institutions for most of her adult life, and I blame my parents for that. The one time in my entire adult life that I remember my mom saying thank you, I almost had a heart attack. I was like, what? Did you just thank me? She says, yes. And that was the last time she thanked me. Because my wife became my sister's power of attorney, and she would regularly go into diabetic comas. She was on a ton of drugs, a whole like sleeping pills, Lyrica, all these like, I don't even know, man. She was on a ton of drugs, and she used to sit there with her tongue hanging out, drooling. And my wife got her blood work done and found that she was in stage 3 kidney failure. So she took control of her diet. She had her sign her medical power of attorney to her. She took control of her diet, and they found out that she was misdiagnosed. She's not even diabetic. Like, she got her off all the diabetes medicine, never went into another coma ever again. When I told my mom that, she just did not believe us. She's like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. There's no way that she's not diabetic. So for the last 25 years, she was misdiagnosed, and nobody caught it. My wife was a little bit of a drill instructor. She's like, you put that cookie down, smacking it out of her hand. We had to put a camera up in the kitchen because she would go in the, we caught her while we were out to dinner. She went in there, she was just like eating cookies off the top shelves and shoving it in her mouth like she was a wood chipper. And, we'd come home, and my wife got her off all the drugs. She explained to the doctors that her kidneys were failing and she couldn't have anything mind-altering. Went through withdrawals, the whole 9 yards. But then something miraculous started to happen. After 25 years of mental institutions and never, ever having a job or anything, she started to come out of this coma that she's been in for the last 25 years, and she started to act like a real person. And my wife got her to the point where she could live on her own. She got her own apartment. She could live by herself. So the day right before she was supposed to move out of our house into an apartment that my wife helped her get, how did that go down? It was bad. So my mom told me that it's like, she literally told me that, because Jory was telling my mother that Christina was stealing her pills, which is true. She was her medical power of attorney, and she wasn't letting her have the narcotics. And she was saying that she was really mean about the diet. I'm like, well, yeah, you were trying to kill yourself. And my younger sister, who, I don't know what happened to her, we used to be really close, but she turned into this ultra leftist communist, one of those rich white women who thinks they know what's best for society. She's one of the types that say that voter ID is racist, and I would say, well, why is it racist? And she said, well, because black people don't have access to the same things white people do, and they don't know how to get identification. And I'm like, what? I work construction. I work with Mexicans, blacks, Jews, Arabs, Pakistanis, Indians. I'm like, hey, any boys ever had any problems getting a license from the DMV? No, that's a stupid question. What are you fucking talking about? Like, even the ones that are on food stamps are like, well, you kind of need a license to get that shit. So, okay, so why do these rich white chicks think that you guys are too stupid to get a license from the state? I don't know. That's just fucking racist. Okay, so I tried explaining that to her, but she's that kind of chick. My sister tells her that we're abusing her and we're preventing her from eating food and we're not allowing her to live her life or whatever. And she secretly comes out here a week before Jory's supposed to move out and convinces her, hey, you can come live with us and we'll take you back to Illinois and we'll get you away from these abusive people. And literally, we got her an apartment. It's a nice apartment too. Like all paid for by the state, not a dime. Like me being like a libertarian, small government type, I was disgusted by how much, the state will give a person for never contributing to society. But whatever. Hey, look, I do believe you got to care for people that can't care for themselves, and whatever. That's her life. We got her a nice apartment, fully furnished, everything you could possibly need, within walking distance of all the shops. She's going to finally live alone for the first time in her life. And my younger sister had to come out here and fuck it up. She comes out here without telling me. I knew this because I overheard a phone call. And I'm like, somehow convinces Jory that she needs to get all of her stuff from our house and just move out. And I was going to pile it into my pickup truck and move her myself. So I get off a night shift. I come home from work. And she calls me and says, hey, I need to get in the house and get all my stuff. And I told her, I said, hey, you know what? I just got off nights, man. Let me sleep for a couple hours. Call me back. And she's like, no, I need it now. And I'm like, no, you don't. You can wait a couple hours. She was staying with my sister, and I knew that. I was like, go hang. What are you and Colleen doing? She wouldn't say anything. So I get a text message about a half hour later saying, I've called the police. Oh. Okay. My wife, her brother, who's a Marine, we served in the same time, and I'm married to his sister, happens to be a Metro cop. So I thought that was cute. I was like, really? You called the police? Okay. You want to play that game? Okay, fine. So I piled all of her shit up in the middle of the street, all of it. And I said, I tell you what, you want to play games? All your shit's in the middle of the road. You better come get it pretty quick, because the homeless people that walk by here going to the wash are probably going to pick through it pretty soon. Well, sure enough, Christina and I were sitting in the house kind of looking through the window with the drapes closed where you can kind of see out, but they can't really see in, and we're just waiting. And my sister pulls up with my other sister in the minivan, and 2 cops showed up. Holy shit. They're standing out there. I see him walk around the pile. They're pointing at stuff, talking, and he's like, And he's like, I'm guessing he asked her, is all your stuff here? Yeah. These cops looked like they were pissed to be there. They pile all of our shit up into the truck, and the cops never came up to the house, never said a word to us, nothing. Piled all their shit up, they left. That was the last we heard from her. After doing all that work, after paying for her, putting her up for 3 years, doing all that work to get her healthy, getting her diet and getting her off all the medications. My younger sister takes her back to Illinois, and from what I understand, she's now living on her own. And I don't know what I don't know if they're supervising her or what the issue is. But I washed my hands of my whole family. I just said, you know what? I'm done with all you guys. And I haven't talked to any of them since, except for my youngest sister, Shannon, who my mom said had mental issues and was abusive. My mom painted my youngest sister as being mentally defective and dangerous and bipolar and all this stuff. And when I finally hung out with my youngest sister and got to know her, I found out that my mom abused the fuck out of her, and that she's the most normal, cool person ever to hang out with. So now it's just me and my youngest sister, Shannon, and we're the people that are the assholes of the family, that are the ones with problems. And we're the only normal ones who support a family and are in steady relationships with good jobs. And I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Family's fucked up. I already asked Christina if he beats her before a wet chart. Now I'm pretty sure Christina would whip my ass. I wasn't spamming. Rewrote your name out of respect. Let's see here. Did someone say you were spamming? Let's see. When I think of adoption parents, I think of rich, proper people. I think that's what my parents wanted to portray themselves as, because my dad was to get to police chief in Illinois, that's like the political office. That's something you get elected to. And my mom was heavily involved in the Catholic Archdiocese, so she was it's all about looks and appearances for those people. As an adult, you don't owe your siblings anything, including a relationship. Stephen Sullivan. Well, my mom's argument was, we were charging my sister rent, and my mom says, well, she doesn't make enough money from the state to pay rent. She only makes $800 or $900, and we found the cheapest room, just a room that you could rent in Vegas, the cheapest one in the ghetto, with like no windows, no refrigerator, nothing, just like a broom closet and a bed, was $700. So we charged her $500 with utilities, and that was included everything: free reign of the kitchen, her own bathroom, a nice bedroom, everything, fully furnished, internet, utilities. And my mom said that we were ripping her off, and I'm like, okay, so you want me to let my 53 at the time year old sister move in and not contribute anything? You just want me to support her? And my mom would baby her. She would send her a couple $100 in the mail here and there. And I always said, you know what, there's no reason why she can't get a small job, like a part-time, like a clerk at like the 99-cent store or something. Are you from Illinois? You're from Springfield. Yeah, I grew up in Buffalo Grove, which is northwest suburbs of Chicago. Sorry I missed that comment, Isaiah. They think we're racist because we don't agree with them on every topic. Yeah, right. Stays okay, Charlie. You're my family. Hell yeah, Danny. Zyro, what's up, Zyro? Noise. Christ Jesus is Lord. That might be, but that's not what this podcast is about. Are you from Illinois or just your mom? No, our entire family is from Illinois. Hello, my name is Gracie. Nice to meet you. Dumb Gracie. What's up, Gracie? Ugh, why are you talking about it? That's my wife. She's telling me to shut up. Love watching men like you work out. Well, thanks, Dumb Gracie. Dumb Gracie, Christina Remington is my wife and managing moderator. Say hi to her too, because she's my teammate. I'm trying to get her out here in the garage more, but she's still recovering from surgery. None of you could look like this on your best day. Freshly wild. Damn. Ugh. Another blessed day. Hell yeah, Zyro. Did you guys have a good weekend? Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. Well, yeah, it was all right. I was kind of sick, to be honest with you. I tried to live stream yesterday. I was painting Warhammer figurines, but two things. I noticed it's hard for me to keep up with the chat when I'm painting, and my son gets so excited about Warhammer that he was talking over me. Like, every time I'd say something, he would talk over me, and I was like, I was getting annoyed with him, but I was trying not to show him. I didn't want to act like, it was like not a big deal, but I'm like, okay. So I kind of cut the stream short. Great deep squat, last stream. Her or me? I'm going to catch this in a post. Good evening, guys and gals. What's up, Spencer? How you doing, brother? I played pool. Nice. I haven't played pool in a while. Excuse me if you already answered this question. What does your diet consist of? So I follow what's called the 80-20 rule. Now, I always count calories. So I try not to exceed a certain caloric intake. And since I haven't been lifting heavy because of surgery, that's really been right around between 2,500 and 3,000 calories a day, which isn't much. And I've been losing weight. I went from 230 pounds and I'm down to probably 205 right now, maybe even less, a little less than that. Dolores, good to see you again. You got blocked on accident, so I'm glad you're back. So 80-20 rule, what does that mean? Well, it's what it sounds like. You can eat 20% garbage if 80% of what you eat is good. So most nights, what does that mean? It means I can identify what my dinner is. If it's not processed foods, it's ingredients you can identify. Usually fresh, usually whole. Uh, and that's most nights. I mean, that'll even go into that 20%. I mean, you don't have to have 20% bad, but it means you can. So, because I'm 80% of the time eating, a pretty strict diet, 20% of the time I can go screw it up. If I want to go out and eat pizza or burgers or eat ice cream or whatever, man, I don't hold back at all. Um, and I think that's a pretty reasonable diet for most people because, it helps people think about that 20% that they're eating that's excessive. It helps them to think more about the 80% that they could be doing better. But it allows enough leeway where you can actually enjoy yourself a little bit, because it's like, if you make lifting a way of life, if this is something that you start doing regularly enough where it becomes ingrained, like brushing your teeth or showering or whatever, to me, working out is ubiquitous as putting underwear on. Well, that's a bad example because I sometimes don't do that. Brushing my teeth. Something you do every day. Then, if it becomes a way of life, then you want to do it in a way that it makes life fun. You got to have some fun. You don't want to be like, I talk to these type A personalities and they measure all their food out in little Tupperwares and they're like, this is what I eat on this day and I don't exceed that and I get exactly 21.8 grams of protein and I mix it with, do you know your macro ratios? I'm like, I get put rice and meat in a bowl and I eat till I'm full. You know what I mean? Like, and if you tell them you had a Snickers bar, they look at you like you smoked a big old pipe of crack or something. Yeah. And that's probably why I'll never be like a competitive bodybuilder, because I just don't have that. I have a drive and I have way more discipline than the average person. I'm exceptionally competitive, and if I want something bad enough, like the records that I'm going for, I'm almost willing to die to get them. But something about measuring my food out on a scale is just crossing the line. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Can you help me calculate my maintenance calories? I'm fat and would like to work on not being fat. Yes. So, Dolores, here's what you're going to do. For 2 weeks, you're going to write down everything you eat on a piece of paper. Everything. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you have a ice cream sandwich, whatever, or you take some scoops of cottage cheese in the middle of the night, or if you eat old pizza, whatever it is. If you need to get online and look it up, how many calories does a slice of pepperoni pizza have? You can go on Google and look it up and get an approximation. Eggs have right around 90 calories, whatever. Write down everything you eat for 2 weeks. Get a really good, honest picture of everything you eat, no matter how embarrassing it is. The only one who's going to see it is you. Oh man, the string got pulled into this thing. So, now after you've done that, you could probably even do a week, but 2 weeks is good. Then you can get an average. You can average out what your daily calories are. And you can kind of get an idea of what your body needs to maintain its weight. And it shouldn't be too far off from what you're eating already, because even if we're in a calorie surplus, most of us are not eating so much food that we're putting on a pound or two a week. We're slowly gaining weight over time, but it's not that much. So you really should be close to what your caloric equilibrium is. Everybody should be. From there, you can look at eliminating things like what have I say in the past? Like, if you eat sandwiches, you can get rid of mayonnaise. If you drink coffee, you can get rid of sugar and creamer. If you drink soda, you can switch to diet. You can start substituting small things that will put you in a caloric deficit that won't make major changes to your life, so that your diet doesn't become unbearable. Because most diets fail because they suck, and you're trying to change too much too fast. Whereas if you can just get rid of a few things that are easy, you know, most people, let's say you don't have the discipline to cut out your favorite food, but you can usually find a substitute for a condiment. I mean, most people can get rid of mayonnaise, right? Things like that. You know, you look at small but impactful changes that won't change your lifestyle too much. And then from there, you can start refining it over time. Well, the reason why diets fail is because we're trying to do too much too fast, and it's unsustainable. Chris says, "What's with the arm thing?" It's I'm the Midnight Soldier. Check out his channel. It's a short vid. Which one? I've gained 100 pounds over the past 18 months. Let's see here. Where is that? So we got trying to think. So it's not 100 over 18. 18 equals x over 12. 611x equals 18 times 12. 18 times 12 equals 216 divided by 18. So 12 period, you need so you're looking at, you're gaining roughly roughly 4 pounds a month consistently. So if you don't mind me asking, how much, and don't feel free to not answer. I know a lot of people don't like talking about this stuff. Can you help me calculate my maintenance calories? Let's see. 4 weeks left. Let's see. I've gained 100 pounds over the past 18 months. What's up, Bobby? Graduate school right now. 4 weeks left in the semester. Would like to eat around 200 calories below maintenance until the semester ends. You really should shoot for about 500. 200. So you got to think of it like this. Your body's a machine, right? And in order for us to lose a significant amount of weight that isn't fluid, we have to tell our bodies to not only you got to stop burning glycogen, sugar essentially, and start burning our stored energy, which is fat. So you really want to be in that, like, if you don't want to make major changes to your lifestyle, you probably should be in about a 500 calorie deficit for the time span that you want. You have 4 weeks left in the semester, and we'd like to eat around 200 calories below maintenance before the semester ends. We got 2 flags now. Oh yeah, you notice they make low calorie light mayonnaise. Ugh, I'd rather just put mustard on it. Mayo. Thank you for the advice. You will do that over the next 2 weeks. Should I weigh myself to see how my body weighs is impact over the time period? So you got to watch out for the scale. So it's not unusual for our bodies to swing 5 pounds daily just in water retention. I weigh myself in the morning and at night, and in over a week I trend it. You see yourself going down over a period of time. Because I don't know how many times, I have a friend of mine who's always trying to lose weight. And I don't know how many times this person has called me saying, I lost 2 pounds. And then the next day, I gained 3. I'm like, you sweat that out. Like, literally, you just lost water weight. You just ate a meal. Like, go take a dump and then weigh yourself. So you have to take into account that a lot of the weight that we fluctuate during the day is water fluid retention. And you know, so when I was getting ready for competition, I was 10 pounds over my weight class, so I did a water cut, and I literally lost 25 pounds in one night. 25. Great, right? I lost 25 pounds. You know, I was dehydrated and almost ready to die. So the next day, right after I weighed in, I started hydrating myself and put every ounce of that back on again. I take 2-pound poops. Hell yeah. So you know, you're not really losing weight until you're actually burning stored energy, stored fat. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'm gonna get on this squat bar.
Say hi to the camera, Lena. Huh? Say hi to the camera. Oh. Hi. Say hi. Let's go inside. Here.
All right, sorry about that. Baby, come back. Anything happened while I was gone? Let's see. LOL, hi. Said hi. The girls come through here? Did they do anything on the camera? They dance or anything? Entertain? I did some infiltrators. I'll get them back out here if you guys want. All right. Time to get to work. I don't know how heavy I'm going to go. Let's see, what have I been doing? I did the last heavy set, I did 405 for a set of 12, which is, considering I was going to squat close to 700 in competition, that's not even 70%. I'm also, for the most part, au naturel right now. Oh, hey, Danny. Check it out in the, I don't know if you guys can see in the corner right here. No, that like a gray scaffolding looking crap. That's actually a Smith machine, which my wife found. She found a guy selling it for $100. So I gotta put that damn thing together. It's not a top of the line Smith machine, but considering like the cheapest Smith machine I could find was $1,200. You know, I wanted to get something where I could do like one arm deadlifts or like sissy squats, or just like something that helped with use the rack to help control stability, so I can take this arm out of the equation. What generation would I be considered? Juan Alvalos. I don't know. How old are you, Juan? Danny's out of here. Good night, Danny. Juan Alvalos, 22 years old. So, Juan, I'm assuming that you're typing this question on a smartphone, right? And if it is indeed a smartphone, it's probably connected to the internet. And if it is connected to the internet, it probably has access to the, I don't know, wealth of all human information since recorded history. So you might go to the Google search and just type in what generation is age 22. But since you insist on, making me do your work for you, let me ask Rich Uncle Google. What generation is age 22? According to the Pew Research Center, members of Gen R are anyone born between 1997 and 2012. This means as of 2024, the group spans ages 12 to 27. Anyone born between 1981 and 1996 is considered to be Generation R. Or no, I'm sorry, 12 to 27. The distinguishing feature for Generation R is that, as the letter implies, R stands for retarded, and they are unable to do basic tasks for themselves without the direction of older adults. Oh, no, I read that wrong. Gen Z. Anyone born between 1997 and 2012. 12 to 27 years old. Millennials are those ages 22 to 37 in 2018. That doesn't make sense. If you're 12 to 27 Gen Z, how is a millennial age 22 to 37? There's an overlap? Am I reading this wrong? Maybe I'm the Generation R. The youngest generation to date is Generation Alpha, encompassing those born 2011 to 2024. Let's see here. Generations reflect the cultural, political, and technological shifts that define their time from the greatest generation to Generation Beta. Each age group carries unique characteristics influenced by world events, societal changes, and advancements. The comprehensive guide delves into the defining years, pivotal moments, and hallmark behaviors of every generation since 1845. But we just want yours. So, Civil War. If anyone in the chat was born between 1845 and 1864, you're the Civil War generation. Shout out to the Civil War generation. The Gilded Age generation was 1865 to 1882. Progressive Era generation was 1883 to 1900. The Greatest Generation, born 1901 to 1927. And those were the hard men that shaped much of the world as it is to this day. The Silent Generation, 1928 to 1945. Many who fought in World War II and were known by their inability to express emotion and their lack of complaining. You would often hear them say things such as, "Quit crying, shut the hell up." Or, as my mother would say, fuck off, you loser. Silent generation. Then there's the baby boomers. 1946 to 1964, the first generation that had it genuinely better than their predecessors and were largely responsible for fucking it up for the rest of us. Now, Generation X, often confused with baby boomers, we were the children of the baby boomers. We were the second generation to have it better than our predecessors, but we didn't have anybody before us to show us how shitty the world was, so we just assumed it was the way it was. We weren't political. We didn't really care that much about anything. And as a result, we were asleep at the wheel, and we allowed the boomers to essentially destroy the most free and prosperous society that's ever existed with things like the Patriot Act. And we used to say things like, well, if you didn't do anything, you got nothing to hide. If the FBI wants to watch me masturbate, that's their prerogative. They're going to be disappointed. And if we knew anything, it wasn't until the towers went down that we woke up and kind of pulled our head out of our asses. And we're still fighting to try to put things right. But unfortunately, you could blame us too. You got the millennials. The millennials, they were I would say they're the first generation to have it too good to fucking whine about. And yet they did. They complained about everything. And then Generation Z is the first generation to actually have something legitimate to complain about, but because the millennials were so whiny and inept, it kind of ruined it for everybody. So now they're kind of having to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. You know what I mean? Now, I say that with saying this. Anybody that's listening to me and on my channel, and you guys are with me, you are exceptions to all those rules. So none of this pertains to anybody I'm talking to in this chat. I like some of the millennials I served with were like, and work with, are some of the most inventive, intelligent, hardworking, motivated people I've ever met in my life. And unlike Generation X, where we're all loners and want to do everything ourselves and don't like to be told what to do and hate authority, they are actually very team-oriented, and they make awesome teammates. And I love working with them. Let's see. I did an internship for forensic science at Quantico Base and can confirm the Patriot is just to watch people yank it. Right on. Let's see. I'm Gen Z. I catch myself slipping into a victim mindset. Yeah, right? But don't we all from time to time? Charles' legs are always jacked. Is that genetics? Freshly wild. You tell me. Half the people tell me I got chicken legs. Shite. My bad, Christina. Let's see. Oops, saw your comment above mine, Mrs. Gen X. Don't forget to drop a like. Don't forget to like. Abort mission. Did you heal your sciatica? What was it caused by? Tanner Ragsdale. No. It'll never be cured. So I have a microfracture, and I had I got into an accident where my back was ripped completely open, and a cut that went all the way across my L5, and it almost hit my kidneys. And I had to have 48 stitches to repair. I have like a scar that's about 6 to 8 inches long on my back. I have to measure it. It's pretty gnarly. That will never be 100% healed because my back got twisted. Like I have to okay, so when you've got a curved spine, you can do all the exercises in the world to straighten it. Like you can get on a inversion table. You know what I mean? You can do all that, and it'll straighten the spine out. You go to a chiropractor, he'll straighten you out. But if you ever look at, do you ever watch those Predator movies where it rips the spine out of people and it shows all that, the back is really muscular. It's got tons of muscles coming off the spine, and they hold it in place. So not only do you have to straighten the spine out, but you have to retrain all those muscles so that it straightens everything out. And that takes years. Now, once you effectively move in the positive direction and you know how to straighten it out, you can work towards fixing it. But for me, I have the curve in my spine, and I have a really tight. The piriformis is a muscle that's responsible for what is it, adduction or abduction, sweetheart, where you open your leg up. It helps pull the leg open. And it's a little triangle-shaped muscle right under the gluteus minimus. And on a lot of power lifters, it can become really, really tight like a guitar string. And it just chokes that sciatic nerve off, which goes right under, right by the femur in the hip bone under the iliac crest. So like, how do I shorten this up? So basically, I have to make sure, and I got to keep all that stuff loose. I have to make sure and I extend that muscle, and allow it to relax. So I got to work on like massage, stretching, and as long as I do all that, I don't have sciatic nerve pain. But you'll never really be cured of it, if that makes sense. There's nothing that, like, it never 100% goes away. It's something that requires constant attention. But there's like a ton of stuff you can do though to abate it. Chicken legs are always jacked. Is that genetics? Well, you know, my wife seems to think that it's like I'm genetically like a, what did you say, the Vikings, sweetheart, where they got huge quads and tiny calves, so it's easier to walk in the snow. So what were you were going on a lot about the way the people were built back then. Abductions ad. Any tips for someone that's skinny fat? Kenny G. Nordic, yes. Okay, if you're skinny fat, don't even worry about losing weight, my brother. Just start training your ass off. And you, most people that work out and are skinny fat, they always tell me, I lift weights 5 days a week. And then I find out when I go lift with them and they're like doing like, you know, half of their body weight on bench for sets of 10. Come on, man. Like, get some weight on there. You should be doing 2 times your body. At least, no. For the average person who's not a power lifter, a good target would be at least your body weight, if not 1.5 times your body weight for a good bench. You should be at least doing twice your body weight for squat and twice your body weight for deadlift. And that's, I mean, it's not a perfect calculation, but that's like, you're legitimately strong, and those are really obtainable numbers for most people that don't have physical limitations. And if you are working a progressive overload program towards those numbers, that skinny fat shit will take care of itself, provided that you are keeping an eye on your total caloric intake. You know, you don't have too much of a calorie excess. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, count your calories for a week or two, get a good picture of what your intake is, and then don't even worry about dieting. Fuck dieting. If you're skinny fat, just go ham on the strength training. And then maybe throw in like my buddy was over here yesterday or 2 days ago, babe, where they came over to train Muay Thai, and this guy's arguing with me. He's my age. He's 50, and he's got this like inch of fat around everything. He actually looks pretty good. He does not look unhealthy, but he's a little pudgy. Okay, fine. He's 50 years old. He's telling me he goes on the treadmill and the elliptical every day, 45 minutes, and he does all this lightweight, bodyweight bullshit. And I'm looking at him like, okay, you know, I'm just letting him talk. He wants his son to lose weight, so his son was sparring with me. We were just doing light touch sparring. You know, obviously I'm hurt. And his son says, I want to lose weight. The kids make fun of me. I'm kind of overweight. Can you help me lose fat? I said, yes. So I was going to show him how to do time sets hitting the heavy bag. And his dad, he starts arguing with me. He's like, hey, we didn't come over here for this. I came over here for him to work on, you know, boxing and get, you know, his defense. And I'm like, but your son just asked me to lose weight. He goes, yeah, he'll do that by sparring with you. That's hard work. I'm like, oh, okay. Fine, okay. So I said, Dad, put your gloves on. I set the timer for 1 minute. I said, and he's still arguing with me. This is stupid. What are you? I said, no, just do this. Set a timer for 1 minute. I said, when I say go, I want you to jab as fast and as sharp and as good as you can. Use the whole body. Turn your leg, get your body into it. Go. He starts jabbing the bag, saying how stupid this is. How this isn't going to teach anybody. And I said, well, you hit like shit, but whatever. Just keep hitting the bag, dude. 30 seconds into it, he goes, oh, my arm's starting to burn. I was like, keep going, dude. And then, I told him 30 seconds, 20 seconds. I said, you're slowing down, bro. Keep going. I was like, you're punching like a pussy. I just kept going off on him, and I finally counted him down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he's breathing, it's heavy, and he's sweating, and he can't, he can barely move his arm. And he's like, oh my God, that was so hard. And I was like, don't ever fucking come to my house and argue with me about how I train you. He said, if you want to train a different way, go somewhere else. Don't come here with that bullshit. Now, why did I say that? Because a good way to shred weight, if you want, is get a heavy bag and some gloves and a timer, and literally set a timer for 1 to 3 minutes. And once you get that timer going, you can jab a couple of rounds, you can cross a couple of rounds, and you can finish up by doing jab, cross, jab, cross, jab, cross, jab, cross. You get your whole body into it. You're turning your waist, everything in good form, keeping the hands up. And if you give it an honest, just start with a minute, you're gonna be torched. Your arms will be on fire, your legs will be on fire. You're gonna feel like, holy shit, I just sprinted, around the block. It's very difficult. And then if you can incorporate that in your daily routine, you can get an amazing cardio in a very short amount of time, and on top of that, it will teach you to hit properly, because over time, like say you've never hit a heavy bag, right? And you watch a tutorial. And the tutorial says you're gonna, step into the jab, or you can turn your foot into it. Either one. So you're gonna hit the bag, use your whole body. What'll happen is, over that time period, you'll start hitting better. You won't push as much. You'll start getting a little more crisp. You'll start turning your body. You'll get into a rhythm, and you'll become a more efficient puncher. Like this guy was so bad, he was like pushing the bag with his hand. Doing this. I said, man, your arm's gonna get really tired in about 20 seconds, my brother. And talking all that shit, and he could barely do it in a minute. You'll never run on a treadmill again if you get a $25 heavy bag off of Amazon, fill it with all your old clothes that you were going to donate, hang it off of a truss in your garage, and get a cheap pair of gloves from Play Against Sports. Cardio. I do not fear the man that practices 10,000 kicks. I fear the man that practices one kick 10,000 times. I have his book. I have the Tao of Jeet Kune Do. Any of you guys ever read that book? The Tao of Jeet Kune Do? I've been doing 3-4 mile runs in the morning at a 2 heart rate. Kenny G. Well, what I told Christina, my wife, and she already knows, I mean, she's like an expert. I actually get a lot of my training advice from her, but like if you do walking as opposed to running, really all you need to do is get above 4 miles an hour for most people. And for, a solid 20-25 minutes, your heart rates, you're gonna do some, I think that walking's really underrated for cardio. As long as you get, like, some people for the average person, about just like, for me it's 4.1 miles an hour. Where is my rope? There. Right. I think I'm going to go with like really close stance and kind of focus on the quads. So if I go out like this, I can bottom out and hit depth. If I go close stance, I've got a bit of an impingement and I can only go about this deep, but it puts all that weight right on my quads. Actually, you know what I'll do? Yeah, that's what we'll do. We're going to do dynamic box squats. What is a dynamic box squat, you say? It's a box squat that's dynamic, duh. All right, what makes it dynamic? Let's see here. Let me just look one little thing up. So, the definition of dynamic by Webster Dictionary of a process or system characterized by constant change, activity, or progress. A dynamic economy. Relating to the volume of sound produced by an instrument. Now, force that stimulates change or progress in a system or process. Yeah, so we're going to go with the definition. Essentially, relating to energy to objects in motion, or relating to the study of dynamics characterized by continuous change over time. So essentially, like bench press with chains would be dynamic because the strength curve is exponential, meaning as you lower the weight collects on the ground, reducing the resistance at the bottom of the curve. And as you raise the weight, it picks the weight up off the ground, adding to the weight, changing the weight exponentially through the strength curve. What makes a squat dynamic? So most people, when they do box squats, they will lower to the box and raise. They'll either touch it or they'll rest on it. And most don't have an understanding of how to actually make the box squat not only a useful tool for powerlifting, but one of the best movements you can do to increase the 1 rep max of your squat, provided you do a couple things. Now, step 1, you need a box, or a, what's the word we talk about? A stand-in, a facsimile, a simulacrum? The box for most people, it can be wherever your sticking points are. If you have problems with depth, it can be you can raise it or lower it. So if you're somebody that can't go ass to grass, you can use a box to lower yourself over time. But in this case, this is a competition bench, and the height of the bench is about where my competition squat would be. Maybe it's just a hair higher. That's fine. So what we're doing in this case is we want to use the bench or the box or the block to break our stretch reflex. So what is the stretch reflex? It's exactly what it sounds like. When you're weightlifting and you bounce out of the hole, you can use the stretch of your muscles to help generate force in the opposite direction. You've seen guys when they drop the bench on their chest and they boing, or deadlifting, touch and go when they're bouncing the weights off the ground, or squats, you just dip in the hole and bounce out. So the first thing we want to do is you want to rest on the box. You have to maintain a tight core. You do not want to slack your core. Now from here, you've broken the stretch reflex. The dynamic portion of the lift is when you come off the box, you want to do so with as much speed and acceleration as possible. Now, the way I normally measure that is I have a barbell tracker on my phone. I'll set my phone up at a side angle, and I'll use an accelerometer to literally track the speed of the barbell. And what I'm trying to do is have each rep faster than the previous one. Usually these are done for sets of doubles or triples. If you can manage to do that, break the stretch reflex, accelerate off the box with as much speed and force as possible, you will have one of the best squat workouts of your entire life. How heavy should you go? I typically go up to about 80% of my 1 rep max, no higher than that. The reason why is it becomes very dangerous to sit on that weight. As long as you keep your core tight and you get that bar locked in, you don't really have a danger of hurting yourself. But a lot of people have a tendency to relax on the box and they slack a little, and that's where it becomes really dangerous. So as long as you're focused on keeping that core tight, the other thing you can do is when you're on the box, if you feel like the weight's too heavy because you don't have that rebound, you can kind of lean forward a little and push yourself out of it. That just gives you a little extra mechanical advantage. But it still gives you the good range of motion, and you're still accelerating through the lift. And the idea is we're cultivating force generation. This will make you super explosive out of the hole. I did not come up with this lift. This is Dave Tate ETF lifts. ETF lifts. What's Dave Tate's company? Him and who's the guy that passed away recently? It does the damn it, I can't think of his name. He was on the Dave Tate podcast all the time, training with him. What's up, Ian? Strong mentally and physically. I'm fucking retarded, Freshly. John Butcher. That feels pretty good. Ian, where the hell have you, where have you been, Ian? You've popped in a few times, but you haven't stuck around other to say that I'm losing my mind slowly. This is one of my favorite lifts. I would go to this lift specifically for over any other squat accessory for increasing my 1 rep maximum and turning me into someone that could do almost 4 times his body weight. You're about to compete in 12 weeks and been busy. Hey, everybody check out Ian Miller's page. I keep meaning to shout him out. He's a young man with a relatively new YouTube channel, and I'm trying to get him some subscribers. He's a young competitive bodybuilder, and he has joined the Navy. When do you ship out from the Navy, Ian? You got your page up to 160 subs. Nice. Man, I tell you what, that first 100's a grind, isn't it? It just feels like you know, I remember my first 100. I was like, I want to celebrate, and then I'm like, good Lord, I look at my earlier videos and they are insufferable because I didn't know what I was doing. I would just film my entire workout, kind of like what we're doing now, but instead of talking to somebody, I'm just talking to the camera. I wasn't even streaming, so I didn't even have input. I would literally explain the bench. What you do is you get a barbell and you get under it, you know, not too far, and you put it off the rack, and then you go down and up again. Yes, and then when you go up, you walk it into the rack. Hey. Like, oh, really? Is that how squats done? Tell us more. Oh, okay. So you want to put your hands on the bar, but if you can't, then you can use a wider grip. Unless you don't like going wide, then you go narrow. Something that helped me really drive hard is lift heels up when you sit, then drop them and dig. Are you talking about for squatting, Big? Something that helped me drive hard. Lift heels up when you sit and dig. Okay, I can see that. Do you do Olympic lifting by chance? How have you been since the injury, little Joe? That depends on... good, I guess. Okay, for box squats. Yeah, I can see that. So... yeah, because my cheat is to lean forward a little if I get stuck in the bros fried. What do you mean by that, Ian? So, let's see here. Ian, are you attempting to talk shit about me? So yeah, right here, yeah, I guess you're right. I got the heels up, and then I'm kind of tightening my core, and then leaning forward a little bit, and then firing up. So when I was doing these with like, you'll see with 315, the weight will actually like come off my back a little. I like doing box squats because after I haven't lifted heavy in a while, it's like a good confidence booster for me. It's like doing a trap deadlift. You know, like if you haven't gone heavy in a while, you can load up the trap bar, and it's like, yeah, it's easier than a deadlift, but you know, you can like remind your body you can still handle heavy weight. Because you're going mentally insane because you can't heavy ass weight and take out your demons. Okay. You guys. Well, I mean, I guess there's a little truth to that, Ian. I enjoy lifting, and I had what I thought was a really kick-ass physique going. Put a lot of work into that where I was getting ready for that competition. But that being said, this isn't the first time I've gotten injured. You know, this is like the third supposedly career-ending injury I've had in the last 4 years. And it's the same thing every time. You know, I go through a phase where first your body wastes away and you think, oh, I'm never going to get this back. And then once you just start training. You don't even think about any of that bullshit. And then after 3 or 4 weeks of just putting your nose to the grind, you look in the mirror and you're like, oh, I look okay. And none of that matters. You just keep going. You know what I mean? I probably spent more time in physical therapy than you have doing anything professionally combined in your life. Think about that. And that's not talking shit either. I'm just saying. Is it safe to continue to lift? Is it ever safe, little Joe? I mean, are you saying is the risk acceptable? Consequences? Yeah, I think so because I've been squatting, and as long as I don't go too heavy, I don't really need to use my hands to hold the weight. I can pin it on my traps. And as long as that, like if the weight were to slip off my back and I had to catch it with my arm, that would be catastrophic. That would literally put me back in the hospital. It would be awful. Like, but do I feel like with the weights I've been working with, that's enough of a risk to not train? No, I don't think so. I think as long as I stay, right around 500 pounds max, I'm fine. MD28, what's good, Unc? How we doing today? Not too bad. I'm kind of sandbagging with you guys. Like I came out here and I'm like, I'm gonna train. I'm gonna set this timer. I'm not gonna talk too much. I'm enjoying a plate of mashed potatoes and watching your workout. Daniel Napper. What are you having with the mashed potatoes? Are you raw dogging them or you got any accoutrements on them? All right. I feel like a plate of mashed potatoes by itself is something like a Russian soldier. Like this, we have turnip. Either eat the turnip or ferment it into vodka. All right, here we go. 225. Now watch how much speed I come off this bench. So I'm gonna do like a 3-second count, 3 count down. 1, 2, 3. Break the stretch reflex and fire off. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. And that's actually pretty slow compared to the usual. I can tell I've lost a little. You get the idea. Now, the old saying, speed is strong. If you got, like, say you were deadlifting and you have hitches, you're hitching at the knees, or you're having problems locking out, or you squat and you're coming out of the hole and you're kind of grinding, or even with bench press, you get kind of stuck. If you do speed reps, and so for deadlifts, it's exactly what it sounds like, literally like standing on a plate to put yourself in a deficit and then pulling off the floor as fast as possible. We'll literally like, we'll pull the weight and then drop it right at the top. So bam, drop. What that'll do is that will cure any sticking point or issue breaking the floor. It'll just cure it. So if you have a hitch, if you're doing that little what do they call it? That epileptic seizure that some people have, where they're over the knees, that'll cure that shit. Squats, cure sticking points. Bench, there's a little more to it with bench press, but essentially any kind of speed reps is going to really fix any kind of sticking points you guys have. And it'll just make your lift smoother. And it also has a tendency to correct your form because your body will naturally try to find its most efficient position. So if you guys ever want to know what your true proper deadlift form is, pick the weight up, lock it out, and then put a camera up to your side and then set it down. Just relax and set it down. And where the weights land, take a picture from the side, is probably going to be your form. Because your body will just, boom, it'll just set it down. So if you're one of those guys that shoots your butt up and does this, or you're way out and you or you're one of these guys, you just pick it up, lock it out, and then set it down. And then look at the camera. There's your deadlift form. Goldberg, holy shit, hell no. Goldberg takes craps bigger than me. The timer went off 4 times already. What should I order from Burger King? I'm plastered right now and can't drive. Well, what I would do is go try to find a cop and ask him if he wants something. You know what I mean? Like, show some love, brother. Godspeed on your healing, Gary. Thank you, Gary. I'll tell you what, all jokes aside about whether the lifting is safe, all this crap I got in the garage that needs to be straightened out is what's dangerous. These piles of garbage laying everywhere. Normally I try to keep the garage pretty organized, but lately, because I only got one arm, I've just been dragging shit around and kicking it in the corners so it looks clear in the camera. And then, like, tomorrow when I go to hit the heavy bag, I'll drag all that shit out of the way. And like, every little corner has just shit that should be on a shelf or in a bag or a box. We got pads, we got shoes, laundry, rollerblades. And a box of Halloween fall out of the ceiling. Like, ew. Alright, I'm driving plastered to the police station. No, don't go to the police station. Just try to find one. Like, what I would do is turn your hazards on and, maybe speed down one of the highways. And then if you see one pulled over on the side of the road, just like in a traffic stop, just roll up to them honking as much as you can. They love that. They fucking love it. That way they let them know you're there. And then hop out of the car and run wildly, like usually straight at them. They that way they could see you. That right? That's how you right? Usually when you get pulled over for like traffic stops, don't you guys normally drive as fast as you can, like to the nearest parking lot, and then they usually come following you with their lights on for safety, right? They're trying to help you out. And then as soon as you get in the parking lot, you just hop out and run straight at them as fast as you can. And that way they're, they don't have to come to you, right? Bees! What was that, Tommy Boy? Bees! They're everywhere! Your weapons are useless against them. Joseph Erickson, how are you doing today? Not too bad. You make it easy by charging at them. Yeah, you close the distance. That way they don't have to come to you, right? How was your Tuesday? Is today Tuesday? Before I say something stupid. Good. Really good. I actually put in for paid time off. I did not have to work today. Christina wasn't feeling too good, so I stayed home and did most of the chores. I did probably about a third of what she normally does on a daily basis. What's your name, Mehoff Jack? Oh, no, so I was filling out a form and I put Jack Mahogoff. Mahogof. I see you getting that workout in. Yeah, I'm trying to. It's getting about the time of the year to start planting. So, do you plant any fruits or vegetables in your garden, Little Joe? No, my wife does most of that. We have a very, very large backyard garden. I wouldn't call us homesteaders quite. We don't have the size of the property for it, but we do have an extensive amount of produce, and it's all Christina. She's done all of the research and the trials and the experimenting to get the plants to grow in the desert, and she could tell you an extensive list of what we have growing. We have over 20 chickens, 4 roosters. So we have eggs. We have more eggs than we could ever eat. I'm going to get her a goat. One of them little mini ones that falls over when you scare it. Just gonna put it. So we're not quite self-sustainable because we don't have enough produce we still got to go to the store to supplement. But if everything grows the way it's supposed to, we would have pretty good yields of tomatoes, peppers, herbs like basil, cilantro, things of that nature. We have apples, oranges, lemons, figs. What am I missing, babe? Broccoli, things like that, lettuce, strawberries, onions, garlic. What am I missing? There's some other stuff she grows. I can't remember. Chicken poop used bedding is great fertilizer. Oh, we have our own compost, and in that compost there's a heating system. So I ran, it's about 4 feet deep, and I ran ducting through the bottom of it, and it gets about 165 degrees in the middle of the compost pile. So I didn't quite make it big enough, but I have a 4-inch duct fan. So we used to have a greenhouse set up, and the fan would have been adequate enough to heat the greenhouse in the wintertime to keep it from freezing. But I need to redig the compost pit and make it probably two more feet wide and 2 more feet deep. And then I can run piping through it. And if you have a big enough compost pile, you can actually heat your home with it. Onion, cucumbers. Jesus loves you, strong man. MF8 Bartholomew. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a Christian household, and we totally, I don't disagree with any of that, but I don't know. Everything's got its place, and this isn't really it. Because Jesus also said something about not sowing pearls before swine, and you don't want to minister in places that are inappropriate. Because you turn just as many people away from the message as you might turn onto it. Because it sounds like you're using the word as a cudgel. Greetings from Niger. Could you say hi for my daughter? Yeah. Let me see here. I had to make sure because that name looked a lot like a pejorative for female genitalia. I like the way you can mess around a little with this chat. I try to. But every once in a while, someone will say something where I'm like, I'm not sure if that's a joke or not. Somebody deleted Matthew Miller's question, would you disown a gay child? And the answer is absolutely not. I would just beat the gay out of him. No, actually, my nephew's trans. And I had long conversations with him about where I disagreed with his motivations and what he was doing, but at the same time, I let him know that I don't love him any less. He's always going to be my family, and if he ever needs me, I'm here for him, whether I agree with him or not. The way I look at it, if we're being real, what you do or don't do with your genitalia is probably the least interesting thing about you. And I don't know why our civilization has gotten to where we both find it necessary and interesting to make it part of our identity. I'm gay. I like sticking my dick in other people's butts. Okay, great. I like creme brulee. Cool, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, you don't see straight people, like, you ever walk down the street and just look at someone, nice couple holding hands, and you wave and they say good night, and you say good night, and then, oh, by the way, what? I really like vagina. You're like, oh, that's weird. Okay. Well, that's what you guys do. It's annoying. Stop it. Nobody cares. $7 a dozen. We really should sell them for 10. Nice. Lightweight, baby. Hell yeah. Spent this past summer tending to the livestock and working in the fields of South Carolina. I reside in Chicago and have my whole life as well. Really gave me an appreciation for the outdoors. Nice, little Joe. That's where I grew up. Sorry, that was me who deleted him. Oh, that's okay, Steve. I mean, Matthew's cool. It's all good. It was the fall of the Roman Empire. Well, it wasn't just the fall of the Roman Empire. It was a symptom of the Roman Empire. First, it took a couple hundred years for the fall of the Roman Empire, if you think about it. They became more and more hedonistic over time, and as they eliminated religion, and it was slowly replaced with the state, one of the symptoms was an emphasis on gender and sexuality, and it was a generation of soft men who had grown up without having to be conscripted into war, who also had the aid of a state apparatus that was using what little wealth and power it had to essentially buy the support of the people. Well, what are the Democrats doing? Hey, I'll give you free money if you vote for us. Okay. And, of course, they had the COVID lockdowns, and they convinced an entire generation of people that they could literally make more money not working than they could going to work. They paid a lot of people a lot more than they were making at their jobs to stay home. And on top of that, they normalized for an entire generation that the government could just keep printing money. We can just print money. We own the dollar, the world currency. We'll just print more. What about inflation? Well, there's a lot of measures that they took to stave off the effects of inflation, basically kicking the can down the road. So inflation didn't really hit right away. Um, so not only do they think that we can just keep printing money, they think we can do so without consequence because, hey, nothing happened. Whenever life's still the same, everything costs the same. For 4 years, did prices really go up that much? No. And towards the end there, I mean, there's only so far you can do that. Uh, Now, of course, Trump's in office and they're going to, he's ripping the Band-Aid off and just letting it happen. And things are going to get really shitty for a while. Even if he didn't do any of the stuff he's trying to do with the tariffs and all that, just stopping the hemorrhaging and printing of money, and then, of course, what they were doing to manipulate the stock market to keep from inflation down. They were really, really manipulating things. It's going to get bad before it gets better, but I think it's going to get a lot better. I'm really hopeful for the future. I just got to give the man time to do his thing. I'm a born Catholic myself, little Joe. I feel like I'm a Catholic in the same way that if a cow was born in a tree, it's a bird. Does that make sense? No. So I grew up Catholic, and my parents were extremely religious to the point where if it didn't have anything to do with the church, it didn't matter. Literally nothing mattered. Games with your friends, video games, sports, nothing. Nothing mattered if it didn't involve the church. So I was allowed to play football and basketball because I went to a Catholic grade school. And I went through confirmation, all that. I was an altar boy. And I hated every minute of it. I could not, all I saw was hypocrisy, uh, a bunch of stuff that wasn't written in the Bible. The more I read the Bible, the more I wondered, like, where the hell all this nonsense come from? And so for many years, I kind of stopped believing in religion and God. Not that I didn't believe in God, but I just didn't believe in that God, like, ugh. And I studied theology in college. Studied mythology, theology, religion, the Quran, the Bible, all the Greek and Roman, the Norse gods. We read the Bible just the same way we'd read the Odyssey or Dante's Inferno. It's a book. It's got words in it. Is it true? I don't know, but it's good reading. And then after, I read the Quran and I have the Book of Mormon. I've got the Quran. I've got the Buddhist writings. I got Journey to the West. I've got the Odyssey. God, we got so many. We have so much literature. And it wasn't until like the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years I really started seeing that the Bible was the only book who, every time I went to it for answers, they were always right. It never steered me wrong once, ever. And then I started noticing that the Bible was the only book that I owned that was historically accurate, where you could correlate events in that book with things that actually happened that were provable in history. And I'm like, that's interesting. So it's never lied to me, and it's historically accurate. What if there's something to this Bible thing? So I started really kind of reading it again on my own, trying to make my own mind up. And I kind of really came to believe again. And but the thing is like I would never push my beliefs on anybody else. And I try to be an example, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like instead of saying, hey, you should believe this because this is, I'm like, maybe like if you ask me, I'll tell you what my opinion is, and then we can have a discussion about it. Because there's nothing I hate more than people that like shove religion in your face. I can't stand that shit. It makes me angry. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get into that conversation. I went to Catholic prep school for sports and got recruited. Nice. Did you unban them, Stephen Sullivan? Who got banned? Should we encourage dialogue instead of censoring? Who got censored? What am I missing here? People who comment and the kids Oh, okay. So, Yeah, Dolores, if he's talking what I think I am, which is discourse about my children or children in general, uh, anything questionable, I that is one I won't tolerate that at all. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't even want, you're not discussing. I mean, you're saying like, oh, your kids are cute or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. But if you're talking about my kids, if I'm understanding this correctly, it didn't sound like Michael meant to be disrespectful by asking that question. Let me see. What did Mike ask? I don't see the question. I don't know the comment. I feel like the whole gay debate stems from religion. Well, I don't make my stance public on it, that it does seem to attract a bunch of unnecessary attention. It honestly, little Joseph, it's kind of it's an aggravating topic because you, anyone who takes it seriously, it's like, and then there you got all the trolls that just like the spam, like nonsense. As if calling somebody gay in 2025 is an insult. It's like, okay, nobody cares. But it just doesn't seem like you can have a serious conversation about it. But I'm very much a libertarian in that way, like where I would say I'm fiscally conservative, socially liberal, to where I do live a traditional family lifestyle. I have a wife, kids. I might dress goofy. I have a very eclectic style, and some people even say like the way I dress is gay. I don't know. I mean, like you go into any powerlifting gym in Vegas, and they're all dressed like I am, all of them. So whatever. But um, that aside, I don't care. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like I'm just like as long as you're respectful and a good person and you're trying to do the right thing, it just doesn't factor into the calculus as to whether or not I will have discourse or interact with you. It's like, you know, I don't know. What's worse, a flamboyantly gay man that's over the top with like, hey, or an overly macho, aggressive guy that's like so homophobic you almost guarantee the guy's taking it in the ass when he goes home. Like both of them are equally annoying. Like, can't we just be normal people? You know, like, one of them's dressed like a bag of Skittles, threw up on him, and the other guy looks like he got, walked into a biker bar. It's like, like those guys that are always hard. They're like, oh, get them homos away from me. I'll kill all of you. And you're like, okay, guy, settle down. And then you got the guy over here who's dancing around like a queen and just never turns it off. And it's like insufferable. It's like, yeah, you're annoying too. And then you got us in the middle. Like I have plenty of gay friends, and they're just normal people. You know what I mean? They just happen to like dudes or women, respectively. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. I don't mind having a serious one. But on YouTube in the comments section, there's almost 0% chance you can have that discourse. And so it is kind of a subject that, like, if somebody's joking around about it, I'll lean into it to a point. But then usually what you'll see me do is shut it down and move on. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, it's not funny anymore, guys. Let's move on. I believe he asked if you would abandon a gay child. Oh, that was Matthew. He already apologized for deleting that. So, let's do this. I think I got this now. Steven is a jarhead. He's my brother, and I love him. Dolores is a good friend, and I love you too, and I'm glad you're here. Matthew's cool, as far as I can tell. He says some stupid shit sometimes, but we're glad he's here, and I'm glad he joins me in the chat. So all three of you guys are cool with me, and I don't. Steven deleted a comment that I don't have a problem with him deleting. Matthew said something that I don't really care that he said, and I don't know why we're having an issue with it, because it's like, it's not a big deal, guys, is it? Like this, I mean, you're all right and you're all not. I mean, it's like, you made the argument about free speech, but I also said, hey, I asked my moderators to kind of like, if the chat gets too stupid, can we steer it in a good direction? So they're doing their best. None of my mods get paid. They're all doing this for free. I do promise this though: if my channel gets big enough, I will start sharing my profits with them. I promise. Um, but we definitely would lean towards free speech and discourse over banning and censoring. Zyro, I'll be right back. I gotta pee real quick. This magic moment. Oh, man. I have got. I'm gonna have to hire some housekeepers to clean this garage up. With this giant pile of shit in the front of the door, and I cannot even walk through this motherfucker. Give me just a second. I'm gonna move this out of the way. If there was a fire right now, I would die. Alright, let's see right there. Move this here. Okay. Anybody want to volunteer to come to Vegas and help me clean my garage up? All expense paid trip. Greyhound bus. And you can, we'll put you up in a luxurious suite that consists of a yoga mat. No, we actually have a spare bedroom. I will be right back after this short commercial break. Hey, Dolores and Steven, come on, guys. I love you both. You know, let's not argue. I want to have both your backs. Like, I don't want to take sides on this one. I asked why Matthew got blocked. Steven said he was sorry. I said, hey, it's no big deal. I saw the comment. It ain't a big deal. We don't want to get in the habit, but, like, it's time to clean up your garage. Hell yeah, Monty. Like, I need help. Yeah, no, you guys are both my friends. I want to see you. I think you guys can get through this. I really do. My buddy Mike Paralasco has American Ninja Gym in Vegas. Oh, which one? Bobby, which one? Which one's his gym? Paralasco. Does he have the green and black hair, the mohawk? I don't know. It might take a long time to come from the Adirondacks to Las Vegas on a Greyhound. Yes, but it's doable. Bro, what's up with your arm? Demi, I had a bicep surgery, so I can actually take this brace off now. I'm a little over 5 weeks past surgery, but because I'm doing squats, I want to protect it. I know there's a little bit of lag between when I speak and when the comments come through. So I don't know how long it's taking for me to say what I'm saying until you guys get it and then are responding. What's up, Devil? How you recovering? Robbie, I'm doing good, man. Bobby Sanders. So yeah, that's him. He's got the one side black, one side green mohawk. That's how I had my hair for nationals. I usually have a mohawk, and then I was for a while I was doing red, white, and blue. And then I have a lime green and black Iron Rebel singlet. So I was gonna do green on one side and black on the other until I saw his hair, and I was like, God damn it, it's never original. But no, I've been actually meaning to talk to that guy. My wife is just had hip surgery, and she is enrolling in a rock climbing gym, and I just bought. For her Christmas, I got her like $1,000 worth of rock climbing equipment and a lifetime membership to what is the name of that outdoor? It's not it's like Big Five, but for outdoor sports. Kind of a high end place. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. She can go back there, and she's got a gift card, and she can buy whatever she needs. And we're gonna gear up and actually start doing rock climbing again. So when I was a Marine, obviously we used to do rappelling, and then I used to do rock climbing. You know, like that, like sheer cliff, cams, ropes, carabiners, you know, uh, harnesses, the whole 9 yards. And hopefully, but she said she wanted to have her own thing before I muscled in on it. So I'm going to give her a head start, and she's going to join this rock climbing gym, and I'm just going to let her do that. That's going to be her thing by herself. And then when she's sufficient that I don't ruin it for her, then I'll join her. um, and I don't blame her, because when I go to the gym, I get more attention than I should. So I can understand that. You need cleaning. I have a bit of OCD. And I have a thing to tidy up. Calvin Long. Robbie Melu, is that the gay power lifer strongman? No. Basically, you still have any conflict with any of your basic training, contact with any of your basic training buddies? I know it's been a while, but just curious. Little Joe. Yes. So, on my subscriber list, I have probably about 15 people from Romeo 511 that I deployed with. And then on my Facebook friends list, there is a whole bunch of Marines that are on the Romeo or the 5th Battalion, 11th Marines Facebook page. And I would say there's a good 30 or 40 of us from Romeo Battery that still talk to each other regularly, and they all come out to Vegas. As a matter of fact, my wife could tell you the last time they came to Vegas, they wound up coming back to our house, and they had they wrecked the place. Oh man, it was awesome. It was great. Where the fuck is my beverage? Oh, it is. All right. Yeah, babe, who do you talk to regularly? You talk to Charles Roby. He was in the FDC. Todd Searon. Tommy Watt. Who else? Who do we talk to that's regular? Alvarez. Ron Miller. We went to San Diego. He's the one that's the big tall guy. Charles. Tommy. Todd. There's a bunch of guys. A bunch of guys that I served with that we all talk to each other. Not every day, but fairly regularly. Ninja Lair. Ninja Lair, that sounds right. Yeah, I mean it's one of the prominent ninja places in Vegas, and there's not that many of them. Freshly Wild, I'm here. Mobility Artillery. Well, we were 155 millimeter howitzers. Like right now, they're the M777s. We had the M1908s, 155 millimeter howitzers. They had a 22-mile range with rocket-assisted propellant, 18-mile range with conventional munitions. Now they have the Excalibur round. When I was getting out, we were still using the Copperheads. The Copperhead was the predecessor to the Excalibur, but it's essentially a laser-designated artillery round that would turn into a missile at its apex, and then fire in anti-tank or anti whatever you aim it at, really. I remember you recommended me for the Marines, almost considered it, until the Army finally came through. Much respect for you devil dogs, though. Little Joe, I will say you probably made the right decision in that in the Army you're going to get promoted faster, which means you're going to get paid more. You'll have better benefits when you get out. And if you're planning on doing 4 or 8 years, it really doesn't matter. But there's just something badass about Marines because unlike the Army, where you'll pick up specialist, which is E4, or corporal, and I'm not 100% certain how that works, but a corporal is considered a non-commissioned officer and a specialist isn't, even though they're both E4s. In the Marines, a senior lance corporal, which is an E3, or a corporal, which is an E4, will have the same authority and responsibility of a sergeant or a staff sergeant in the Army. And I think that's just because, generally speaking, the Marines are they're much smaller, and they're very much NCO led and not officer. So where a lot of the branches have officers that run everything, the Marines are primarily a chain of command in the field is non-commissioned officers. So I don't know. It's just a different for me. I don't know. I wouldn't say one's better than the other. Although I mean, we joke about it. They say we eat crayons. I say that they're the ones with the kung fu grip. You know, from Generation X, the GI Joe dolls. You know, we have stupid jokes about each other. But generally speaking, anybody who's pointing their rifles in the same direction as me is we're on the same team. Whether you're the Air Force or the Space Force or the Marines, Army, it doesn't matter. You know, we're all, I got a lot of friends that are in the Navy. I actually enlisted in the Navy in the reserves. I didn't do any duty time, so that was right. After I got out of the Marines, I got sworn in as a gunner's mate, second class on the USS Cable stationed in Miramar, San Diego. And I got my IDs, I got my uniforms, I got sworn in, I went to my duty station. I was the only jarhead reservist, so because they were gunner's mates, they had a bunch of M2 50 cals, they had a bunch of, they had old M60s, they had M14s, and I was the only one that knew how to fucking strip an M2 and put it back together again. And it blew me away, like not even the chief, the fucking chief couldn't do it. So they were all happy to have a jarhead on board. But I was going through a time in my life where I was starting to run into drug addiction issues related to the injuries I'd sustained. And I just could not get my shit together. So I kept missing my drill weekends, my mandatory duty time. And after a certain amount of time, they just released me. They just said, you know what, no harm, no foul. It doesn't count against your, it didn't hurt my retirement. It didn't hurt my honorable status, nothing. They just basically said, they just separated me. It didn't even hurt my reenlistment status because when I turned 46, I got a note from the Marine Corps saying that they had extended the age of enlistment, and they were offering me a $75,000 bonus to go back into the fucking Marines. Can you believe that? At the age of 46? I'm not even lying. My wife can corroborate that shit. And I was thinking about it. I was like, holy shit. I'm making $140,000 a year doing, engineering at a chemical plant. Like, what happens if I go back in the Marines? Like, could you fucking imagine it? And that's how badly they were hurting for people with our MOS, which is field artillery fire direction controlmen. They were looking for FDC people that could triangulate, and calculate ballistics for indirect fire. There's a lot of schooling behind that, to be able to shoot a bullet miles and be able to predict where it's going to land with pinpoint accuracy with or without a computer. So if you have a computer, it does it all for you. Great. Well, what happens if the lights go out? Charts and darts, baby. We would break out the pad and paper and do it mathematically. So they were looking for people with those skills, and I gotta be honest with you, I was thinking about it for a minute. So you're at Fort Sill? Nice. That's where I went to school. The NCOs and even corporals were the authorities. Yeah, I used to hate corporals because it was like the first time you got, you pick up NCO and it goes to your head before you become the merciless god of your eminent domain if you were picked on a little bit as a lance corporal and you're like, I'm going to show these assholes. And it's like, okay, dickhead. Usually if you picked up corporal, they would put you in a different unit for that reason. The Army pushed it out more that way in recent years. That was my experience. Laser guided by what? Oh, so you're talking about the XCal or the Copperhead. So the Copperhead was guided by anything with a laser designator, be it an Abrams tank or a forward observer with a mule. Hold on here. Ah, shit. Now the mule was a big honking laser thing with a tripod. I think that the designating hardware has come a long way to where I think you can even use the aiming system for a javelin to as a laser designator for an XCal round. It could be a tank, it could be a tow missile, it could be a helicopter. Anything with a laser designator, including modern aircraft have them now too, like the F-35s, the F-18 Super Hornets. They all have laser designators on them, and they can guide munitions in now. So theoretically, an F-35 can be flying around, and it can laser designate artillery munitions. Can you believe that shit? And vice versa. So, like an F-15 could be coming in with a whole bunch of missiles, and one F-35 could designate targets for, and these F-15s could just fire all these missiles off. We've seen Abrams tanks and Bradleys have designated Excalibur rounds. I've seen, let me think here. There was, what were those new, like the MRAPs that had the 50 cal, the turrets that were camera operated? Like you no longer had somebody in the turret aiming the thing. It was all enclosed and it was controlled by like a game controller. Those had laser designators. What else? Where's all my new Marines? Like, you gotta help me out here, guys, because I'm not 100% up to speed on all of the latest stuff. I tried getting back to you on Grinder, but I think I scared you away. Still into poppers. Dan Zepping. No, Dan, I'm telling you, I can't help you out while I'm with your mom, right? I mean, I know you're having a problem calling me dad, right? But you're going to have to get used to it. Don't worry, though. She wants somebody a little heavier than me. So once I'm freed up, we can talk. Although I tell you what, though, I'm kind of curious. Because your mom was telling me that she thinks I would have been your father, but that dog beat me over the fence. What was that about? Dan Zepping. Portuguese Jim, LOS. I'm not sure I follow you. I'm about to be giving a bonus, but only for $14,000. What are they giving you a bonus for, little Joe? You're in artillery, but what's your job? I reload ammunition. Portuguese Jim. What do you reload for? What are you gunning? How long have you been live, King Taylor? 2 hours and fucking 40 minutes. Holy shit! All right, let me get this squat done. What time is it? 9:30. Thank you for. I get to talking to you guys, and I have not got my workout done. And I keep saying I'm going to set a timer. All right. I've been doing more training off camera just so I could get work in. The Striders, hell yeah, Joe. Let's see. I saw maps there were more people going Air Force than any other branch. That's surprising. My grandfather tried to re-enlist after 9/11. He was in his 70s. They told him no. Message deleted by Stephen Sullivan. Let's see what he had to say. There you go. Those are harmless, Steve. But thank you for having my back. Robbie, from what I've heard, recruitment is very low right now. It's picking up though, and I want people to join. I want good people to join the service. I PMC seed one, but never got to operate it. I PMC'd one, but never got to operate it. The Striders. Okay, I got you. No, Artie, going 68 whiskey. Fucking army shit. Whiskey army. Oh shit! They trained that at Fort Sill? No kidding. You know what's cool though? Here's what's awesome. So you got Marine Corps or Navy corpsmen. Navy corpsmen are basically combat medics, and these guys, especially like guys that have been in through many deployments and maybe pick up staff NCO or whatever. These guys do surgical procedures. You know, they're like really like, they're doing really advanced stuff that like a combat medic, you wouldn't think that a combat medic would be doing. But when you're in the field, a combat medic does whatever he has to and or can do. And what you might become is if you're still ambulatory in a situation, you might become his assistant. So I actually took the combat medic assistant course where we had to give each other IVs and mass casualty drills and stuff like that. So that was pretty cool. The point I'm making, Navy corpsmen, with all the advanced procedures they do and everything they learn, when they get out of the Navy, they're not even registered nurses. They don't have anything. Like they have to go back to school if they want to be RNs or whatever. Whereas Army combat medics, they can get out as a registered nurse, and you have a really, really good career waiting for you. And I always thought, man, that's crazy that you can't even. Most guys with a 4-year enlistment will get out with like an EMT level education, emergency medical training. You can literally go to work as an ambulance driver or an ER technician, somebody, maybe not an RN, but what's the nurse level that's right underneath that? You can still get a medical career, get into the field, finish your schooling, and then like most like staff NCO level 68 whiskeys are actual registered nurses. And I've even seen like some senior staff enlisted, we'll say like first sergeants and things of that nature. They're actually like nurse practitioner level, and those will be at the base hospitals or whatever. But in the Navy, it's like, unless you become an officer, you ain't shit. And I just never understood that. I never understood how you could do all that schooling, learn all that stuff, and not get anything out of it in the civilian side. I don't understand that at all. Welcome from Maine, Jaden. What's up? Some serious dudes. We love our corpsmen. Corpsman is even level about a combat medic. Yeah, no, I mean, but they do like, we had a guy that deployed. When we went on our deployment, we didn't have anybody with combat experience the first time, except for the corpsman who was a petty officer, first class. So it'd be a staff NCO or gunny. E6. He was the only one that had combat patrol experience. So you literally had a group of Marines being taught patrol by a fucking corpsman. Now keep in mind, this is artillery, so we are not infantry. But you still have to patrol your own positions. So you do a lot of that. You do a lot of the same stuff. And if they don't need the guns when they deploy you, you become an auxiliary infantry unit, and you'll do things like airport security. Like say, like in Afghanistan, they take over the Bagram airport again. They would put like us there to secure it, you know, where the infantry would be out in the field doing grunt stuff. So we do some infantry crossover, but not a lot. Just, you know, enough to fool ourselves into acting like we're one of the boys. What was the point? Where was I going with that? Yeah, see, in E6, he was the only one. Oh, yeah, so he was telling us when he was a Gulf War veteran, the original Gulf War, that was 91 Operation Desert Storm. He had a mass casualty response where he had like literally sucking chest wounds, and he was having to like reach into guys' legs and pull their arteries out because they're bleeding out, and he had to, you know, put clamps on the veins and tourniquets, and like this guy was literally doing operations, amputations in the field, you know, like literally life or death stuff. And this guy like saved, I don't think anybody died. I think every single one of those people survived. So they didn't have any casualties. A couple people lost their limbs. And a bunch of them got fucked up and had to have like cosmetic surgery, skin grafts, that kind of thing. But at the end of that, he's not even at the level of an EMT. Are you kidding me? Like, the guy's out there literally performing surgical procedures in the field, and there's no one there to assist him. Like, he is it. Like, that's something I just never understood. I never understood how Navy corpsmen don't have a higher level of certification or education when they get out of the service. The main reason I decided on 68 whiskey is my grandfather was a combat medic, and also due to the fact that you can become a nurse after the service. Yeah, exactly. He was airborne as well, and that's why I'm opting for the same. Stephen Sullivan. So, Samson, then you know that Marines transfer over to become Navy SEALs, right? Samson. Christina, 20 years straight. Let me see here. Samson. Samson, our Navy SEAL? The one who, like, not only was a Navy SEAL, but loves to tell you about it, whether you asked or not? Oh, yeah, world's strongest Marine. Cute. You wouldn't last 5 minutes of SEAL training. I did 20 years of it. Samson, this is what I'm going to tell you. Not only am I'm going to say at least 3 times physically stronger than you'll ever be. Ever. at your best, at your highest strength level. Even if you were a SEAL, which you weren't, but even if you were never a third as strong as I am now at the age of 50. On top of that, let me see, what am I going to throw into that? Yeah, you know what, I'm going to make you a t-shirt, Samson. I'm going to say, Samson, which SEAL unit did you serve with? I want to get your unit name, or your team, rather. I want your SEAL team, and then I'm going to make you a t-shirt that says, what's your rank, Samson? What's your rank and your team number? And then I'm going to write, "You're welcome for my service," and I'm going to make you a badass t-shirt. No, I trained with infantry and explosives. I wish I did something that could transfer to civil life. Yeah, if you trained with explosives, you could actually do construction explosives, which I know sounds lame, but it's actually really cool. And it pays a lot of money. I have so much respect for the Marine Corps, though. I feel like most people, sometimes how to build FOBs, roads, bridges, mostly boom booms. Oh, yeah, combat engineers. CBs are awesome, man. Yeah. Gravy Seal. Let's DM John Shipley, Navy SEAL of the week. No, but seriously, Samson, what was your team and like give me like rank or whatever, and I'm gonna custom make you a T-shirt. I'll draw the picture and everything. I'll illustrate it, and it's gonna say "You're welcome for my service" on it. I think that would be pretty bitchin'. You know, we always get a lot of Navy SEALs, but how come nobody ever like stolen valors like Rangers or Delta Force or like something more believable like maybe like Marine Force Recon or and even that, or what about well like Fast Company or let's see what else there's hell even airborne or just simple airborne. Um, Airborne infantry, or the guys that think that they're special forces, the Cav Scouts. You don't get stolen valor from any of those. It's always Navy SEALs. Uh, and they always used to either shoot Barrett 50 cals or MP5s because they saw the movie Navy SEALs and don't realize that their gear's been upgraded since then. All right, boys. Here we go. God, I waited too long. I almost need to warm up again. Let me guess, one time you were playing golf with the boys and someone tried to tow your car. So you drove your golf cart out and you jumped on the back of that tow truck. No, sir. CBDs in the Army have a different distinction. Oh, yeah. Smart fella 4 just got here. How did you tear your bicep? Deadlifting. Saw you 3 weeks ago. When did this happen? Oh, about 6 weeks ago. How did your competition go, or did you have to pull out? Marines aren't known for pulling out, but I did. Yes, sir, unfortunately. So don't worry. I'm going to rehab this bad boy, and I'll get back at it. Little Joe almost decided on 68 Tango animal. Oh, really? I did not know that. He is the only animal-related job in the military, from what I understand. You have anything with MPs or anything like that? I thought they had dogs. Nobody ever stolen Valor's S1, right? Yes. Georgie, what's up, my guy? No one's ever like, yep. You never meet like Motor T or like a cook or everyone's always like, I was a scout sniper. I'm like, all right, what does a scout sniper do? Like, what was that movie with Tom Berenger and what was that guy's name? I know I didn't do a set. So I was like, you didn't lift that weight. Though my only 12 Bravo platoon did beat a 12 Charlie platoon at building a bridge. I believe that, actually. Let's see, if you didn't go Artie, what did you also think about Little Joe? You know, it's funny. I don't really remember. So I got a really, really high score, GT score on my ASVAB. Now, my overall ASVAB score wasn't that great. It wasn't like anything to like write home about, but my GT score was off the charts. It was like 100. It was like over 120. It was like something. It was incredible. Most people are like, "No, Austin, you're full of shit." Like it was like, yeah, it was a really high GT score, and they told me based on that I could do a bunch of technical jobs. And I remember like, so the thing I liked about artillery is after doing a little bit of research, the cool thing about artillery is you've got your guns, cool, big gun go boom, boom, boom. And you've got more crew-served weapons, machine guns than a heavy guns company. Every vehicle that can hold a crew serve has one, so that's kind of cool. You've got your own motor T, you've got your own combat engineers, you've got ammo techs, you've got EOD, you've got a meteorologist, you have a fucking Marine who literally sends up weather balloons with a little computer, and it tells your big computer what the fucking density of the stratosphere is. And I was like, so you learn gunnery, like, they literally take in like the Coriolis effect, the rotation of the Earth when they're shooting in defilade, like high angle. Like it was everything a fucking nerd likes, which is math and science, you know, chucking things or what you can't see and predicting where they're gonna land. It's like cool. It's got survey. We use the triangulation of known points like mountaintops. We use the constellations. We were literally in the Middle East using constellations to triangulate our position. How fucking cool is that? And that was right when the GPS first came out. We had the thing called the Plugger, Pluggr, and it looked like a giant fucking Game Boy with a satellite antenna on it. And it was the first GPS for the military that was serviceable in the field, and it would get you within, I want to say it was 3 meters in any direction, which for reference, if you're using charts and darts, which is literally slide rulers and TPS is like math, manually, pencils and paper, the thickness of the pin that you put in the map represents 20 meters. So the pin gives you 20 meters of error. That is as accurate as you could possibly get with manual gunnery. Now, the blast radius of a standard HE round is, the kill radius is 50 meters, so 20 meters is perfect. Bam, bullseye. But now think about that. So the closest you can get with manual gunnery is 20 meters, and we were hitting bullseyes using manual gunnery, charts and darts, shooting 15, 16 miles on a regular basis. The Marines had their fucking gunnery down. You go to Fort Sill, and we learned that shit. And I thought that shit was awesome. And then on top of that, we have this badass FATED's computer system, and it talks to JSTARS, which is the Army. So on one hand computer, I got my 6 guns, and I can do my nerd shit and aim all those in. And on this computer, I can see every unit on the battlefield and who's got what, and we can do combined arms fire. We got the FDO and the fire chief behind us, and he would literally call for fire. We had an Air Force liaison officer, and he could either call planes in, and we could like dump white phosphorus, and then he could bomb it with a 2,000-pound goddamn JDAM, or like, well, when I was in, they weren't JDAMs. They were JDAMs. They just didn't have the damn part. The bomb was the same. They just didn't have the fins that would guide them on target. It was just a cool MOS. You know, we did combined arms fire with naval gunfire, with Air Force, with Marine air. You know, we had F-18s, we had Cobras, we would link up with the Army. They had MLRS rocket launchers, and now the Marines have their own. They have the HIMARS, but I mean, it's an MOS where you get to do a little bit of everything. You get a little infantry, you get artillery, you get, we would do, security stuff like a mount, close arm, what do they call it? Like urban combat, that kind of thing. Repelling borders, like ship security, just everything. It was fucking everything. And at the end of the day, because I was the nerd, I was the geek that aimed the cameras, I also got to do like ship communication. So at night they would put us on rotation, and they'd put us in the comm watch, and I heard all the traffic in between all the boats. So we got to hear what was going on in the world, and what, like, all the shit that they weren't reporting to the news. I got to hear all that stuff. It was just really cool, I don't know. What would I have done instead? I think my second job, I asked about being a helicopter pilot, but they said in order for that, I would either have to go to school and finish my degree or become a warrant officer. And when I asked him what was involved with becoming a warrant officer, he kind of laughed at me, and he said, "Let's get you through boot camp first there, tough guy." I said, okay. I don't know. I don't know if I would have picked anything else, My friend left yesterday for boot camp. Carm YT4. Hell yeah. Using fucking stars. Yeah. Constellations don't move. You can triangulate with constellations. You said you could shoot 10 to 15 miles. We can shoot farther than 10 to 15 miles. With rocket assisted propellant, we can shoot 22 miles. I already can yeet rounds for fucking, yeah, really far. And then, of course, now the new HIMARS systems go even way farther than that. I was always focused on either 6-8 whiskey or Tango, and now I wanted to get into becoming a geospatial engineer, chemical, biological, nuclear specialist, and something well on the ASVAB. Yeah, so having a GT score that's really high is kind of a measurement of your technical aptitude and your ability to, it's a lot of the same abilities that would make a good architect or an engineer, like some, which is interestingly enough, I became an engineer when I got out. But when you're talking about guys that are like getting into nuclear stuff, like physics, that's a different level of intelligence. So I imagine there's a couple other scores on that ASVAB that you would need to have pretty high to get into those. A high GT score is a general indicator of high intelligence, but when it's mixed with a low ASVAB, it means you got a smart kid that didn't fucking pay attention or apply himself in school. Does that make sense? That boy's smart, but he's wasting his potential. You heard that all your whole life. You're like, yeah, okay. That was me. Which is funny because because after I got out of the military and I went back to school, in high school I had a D average. I barely passed. Couldn't get into any good colleges. And after the military, when I went back to school of my own volition, I had a 3.8 GPA. Second highest in the class. Alex Lopez. My legs are currently shot from squats. Hell yeah. I qualified for all jobs I mentioned, but since I lost my grandfather recently, I guess I thought I'd make him proud by becoming a medic like him. Little Joe, that's awesome. But I mean, it's too late to change, right? You're in it to win it. Because here's something. This is a lesson. The one lesson my dad taught me that stuck with me. The one fucking thing that piece of shit was good for. He was a police officer for 50 years. 50. He started out as a dispatcher, and he retired as police chief. Thanks, Alex. Now, when I got out of the Marines, I started doing the testing to become a California Highway Patrol or Border Patrol. I wasn't sure which one I wanted to do, and I was leaning towards Border Patrol, but I thought it'd be cool to become a chip, like, Chips, Poncho, and what's that other guy's name? Grocer. The late 70s, early 80s. Yeah. What was it? Seven Mary. What was her call sign? Seven Mary 9? Seven Mary. Fuck, I don't remember. Anyway, so I'm doing all that, and I passed the initial exam. I passed the physical. I passed the the mental part, the psychological stuff, and I was getting ready to go to their boot camp, whatever you call it, training. What do you call the police training? Whatever. And I called my dad up. I said, Dad, I couldn't wait to tell him. I was like, guess what? Because he asked, what are you going to be doing for a living now that you get on the Marines? I'm like, well, you check it out. I'm going to either become a California Highway Patrol or Border Patrol. What do you think? And he said, he got real quiet. And I'm like, Dad? He's like, why do you want to do that? And then, hoorah! I use arrow. And I was like, what do you mean? What I'm your son. Like, I didn't know what do you mean, what do you mean? Wouldn't you want me to do that? And he kind of sighs and he says, look, don't do it because you think I want you to do it. He said, I was a police officer because I didn't know what else to do. And it paid the bills and it supported the family. And you know what? I stuck with it and it did us pretty well. But if I could do it all over again, I probably would have picked a different path. I didn't really like being a cop that much. I'm like, really? Okay. Seemed like you liked it. But he didn't bring his job home with him. He never really talked about it. It wasn't later until I read his biography that I realized that he went through some really rough shit as a cop in Chicago. But essentially, he basically told me, he goes, look, you got to find your own path. He said, don't do something because you think I want you to do it. Find what's going to make you happy and do that. And then he's like, all right, talk to you later. Click. I'm like, oh, okay. Good talk, Dad. So I'm like, well, fuck, now what do I do? Do I really want to become a cop? I really had to think about it, And I thought, why do I want to become a police officer? And I couldn't think of a reason. Like, I don't know. Carrying a gun would be cool. Like, go back overseas and become private security or whatever. I don't know. No reason. So I dropped out. And like, well, what amazing things did you do instead of becoming a police officer, you might ask? Homeless drug addict. I gave that a run. That was a good career for a couple of years. Traveled a lot. Visited many exotic beaches and locations in Southern California. Yeah, that was interesting. And then after that, after I got my shit together, I was a professional illustrator. I worked for Image Comics, Top Cow, did some drawing. That didn't really pay the bills very well, so I went back to school, started chewing on my engineering degree, became a United Steelworker, worked in chemical and industry for up until now. Would you say, did you fulfill a lifelong dream and follow the path you wanted to? No. Not really. But I can honestly say I never did something because I thought somebody wanted me to. I always did it because I wanted to see where it took me. And I still do that to this day. I never let the opinions of what somebody has for what I want to do affect what it is I ask for. Does that make sense? Marine taught Bible over 60 years. Shepherd's Chapel YouTube explains the whole Bible. God bless. And I actually have a good friend of mine. His name is Jason Nutt, and that's his name. Actually, his name is Jason Nutt. He has a YouTube channel dedicated to the Bible. He's got an app that he's creating that is the entire Bible online, broken down verse by verse, easy to index, find, and search for what you're looking for. It's a work in progress. I forgot the name of his actual YouTube channel, but he served with me in 5th Battalion, 11th Marines. And he is actually dedicated his whole life to translating the Bible and putting it online for easy access for anybody. How long have you been lifting for, son? Well, Dad, probably longer than you've been alive. I don't know. Heavy lifting, probably about 12 years, 11 years. Happy 123. Well, I'm 50-year-old Marine, and I need a brace on every joint of my body. You're a sad example of a Marine. Happy123 says, I'm a sad example of a Marine. He needs a brace on every joint in his body, but I am a sad example, even though we're the same age. Happy123, I'll have you know that not only do I train and still fight Muay Thai, but I practice with my kids and men that are in their 20s still. I'm 3 to 4 times physically stronger than you'll ever be at any age, let alone 50. And I've been told by your mom I'm really handsome. So I got that going for me. But you're telling me I'm a sad example. Let's see what you got, brother. I got some motherfucker who's 50 years old that can't tie his shoes without sitting on the floor telling me he's barely ambulatory, and I'm the sad example of what a Marine is. Okay. Don't you think we should engage Russia and Ukraine? No. If we're going to engage Russia, we should take Russia over. Period. Serving your country, not easy on the body. You know, honestly, dude, hey, Marine, a little close to a decade, commercial construction, 20 years, industry, foundries, chemical plants, built some of the high rises here in Vegas. Still going hard. Life isn't easy on the body. But you know what? If you guys do the things that I do to take care of the body, you know, okay, you can say, well, what about your bicep? Yeah, accidents happen. But I've blown my shoulder out, my back, my knee's been rebuilt. I can squat ass to grass. I could still, you know, I could still do martial arts. I could still jump up and grab a basketball rim. I rollerblade with my kids. We skateboard. We practice Muay Thai. We rock climb. We go hiking with the dogs. We go out to the desert. We go shooting. We do everything. We do everything that younger men do. And no excuses. You know what I mean? I would say 90% of my lifting is physical therapy and stretching. I would say 10% of what I do is heavy lifting. Don't you think you should engage Russia and Ukraine? That's a long discussion, Paul. You look 40 years old. Thank you, Alex. It's all lighting. It's all lies. Eddie Hall shirt. Is it Eddie Hall? Well, it's Hall. I've met Eddie. He's training out here in Vegas. Your mind is still strong. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm a fucking cockroach. You know, with how much I've defiled myself, I should not be in as good a shape as I am in. But I am blessed to have good people in my life, and we all love each other. And I think it's just positive energy. We all train. We all try to stay young, you know. I don't go out, like I never go work out and think, God, I'm 50. My bones is aching. Must be a storm a brewing. And I just go do it. I've had tons of people say, like, you know, I'll be shooting hoops. And they're like, aren't you a little old for this? Like no one's ever said that to me. Or I do get that a lot at the gym. People will say, you're a little bit old to be going that heavy. And then when it turns out that, you know, I could squat 100 pounds more than the next strongest guy in the place, and he's 100 pounds more than me, and I'm looking at him like, first of all, what the fuck does that even mean? You know what I mean? Jesse88, what is up? Vlad, what's up, brother? Everybody check out Vlad. He's a VLAD. He makes little short, funny videos, so check his shit out. Zyro's Garden. Oh, yeah. A lot of Americans have gone down in Ukraine already. Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I've been trying to. What? You want my honest opinion, Steven? Fuck them. Fuck both of them. Like, seriously, fuck them. Let them just, you know, how did we get in Ukraine to begin with? Like, we don't talk about, like, Joe Biden's involvement with Barista and his son being on the board of the energy company and all the dirty dealings they've had and the millions and billions of dollars that have exchanged hands in the last 10, 15 years. And, you know, I think the only thing that's really come out of the Ukraine situation for the United States is we've gotten to see in real time what their equipment and our equipment, which has been designed to fight each other, is capable of doing against each other. So it's been a large research and development field for us, and we've also got to see the way war is going to be evolved to fight. So thank you, boys. But really, what the fuck? I don't like when people ask me what my opinion is on Ukraine or Russia. I am appalled at the mortality rate. Like the numbers, I don't get how anybody's not seeing like the numbers for that conflict. What they're higher, they're like approaching World War II numbers. You know what I mean? It's like it's crazy. It's crazy that there's that many casualties and people are allowing this shit to happen. But I don't know. I don't like either of them. I don't like Russia or Ukraine. Fuck them. I like the people though. You know, I have friends that are Russian and Ukrainian, both here in Vegas. They're fucking awesome. First-hand experience of modern warfare is available asset for us boys to come back. Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. It absolutely is. Shit's worrying. Read an article the other day, once of many, saying the new form of PTSD will be hearing the sound of a drone flying by you. Yeah, and you know, here's the thing that really bothers me. I've been watching a lot of drone footage. And when you see a conscript that has clearly had no fucking training, throwing his weapon and running for his life, and you still torture him with a drone and kill him with it in front of his friend who's also running for his life, to me that's a fucking war crime. That is no longer a combatant. You can say, wow, they're fucking Russians. You know, they were raping and pillaging. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, they were, especially the original Russians that came through there. A lot of those were criminals. They did some pretty dirty shit. Both sides did. Pretty atrocious stuff. But, you know, they burned through all those troops, and now like Russia's like emptying out Siberia. And they're literally conscripting fucking farmers and people that don't even know how to write. And he's not training them. He's literally sending them on a train to the front lines, giving them shitty, if serviceable weapons, with no training, no equipment, and barely enough to sustain them. And they're fucking sending them out in human waves against modern fucking artillery. And they're literally like getting wiped out by the thousands. It just, don't even understand it. But like to me, the moral thing to do would be to try to convince them to defect. But the problem is that they're also being lied to as to why they're there. So there's that too. It's just it's a travesty. You know, if you want my honest opinion, like as much as I have no love for the Russian government, I cannot help but feel bad for some poor kid who's thrown out on a battlefield with no training, no direction, no leadership, can't advance, can't retreat under threat of being killed by your own people. And what are you supposed to do? Like that to me, it's just like that's just it's a giant. Yeah. I mean, just imagine yourself in that situation. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough to watch, and it's tough to not feel something. And then when I said something about it, they're like, "Oh, you're wrong, bleeding heart, motherfucker." I'm like, motherfucker, let me tell you something. Yeah, that's me, bleeding heart. I don't believe in shooting unarmed people in the back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, man. Did you see the Warfare movie? The Warfare movie. Let me see. Let me look that up. Warfare. Movie. And it's, and you can even just say like, yeah, they're the enemy, fuck them, but like, you don't worry about that. All right, I just took myself off. All right, I just took myself off of the Wi-Fi and reconnected with mobile data. Shit, I don't know what happened there. Happy 123. Be nice before you get escorted out of here. What did Happy say? Batman, what's up, brother? I did not see the Warfare movie. I'll check that out. First thing, Happy 123. You're just on here to talk military shit, but not lifting not lifting nothing. Deep thoughts by Happy. Happy, what's your point? I just did a set of 405, so which is half of what your mom weighs. So I can understand why you want me to train more, because someone's gonna have to pick her up. Love your dog, by the way. What breed is it? It is a St. Bernard mixed with a, what do you say, babe? Great Pyrenees? I'm trying to work this arm out real quick. Big old doggy. He's still a puppy. He's only a couple of years old. So I'm pushing down with this arm, but I'm letting the other one ride it up so that doesn't put any pressure on the bicep. What's the other 25? Whoa! All right, so this will be the heaviest I've gone since surgery. I'm definitely putting the brace back on for this. Do, 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 do. Oh, man. I'm not going to risk that shit at all. I gotta be honest with you guys. Like, this is not a weight that I'm not accustomed to handling. I'm not, like, this is nothing. It's not even warm-up weight. But I've been just scared of it. So what happens if it starts sliding off my back? I'm gonna just let it go. I'll probably crash on the bench behind me. Probably destroy my bench. Okay, whatever. I don't know. It just scares the shit out of me. How did I get my bicep injured? Deadlift. Yes. I was hitting 635 pounds trying to get my opener for competition. And, dude, it just ripped right off my radius. Why do you think recruitment has been so low lately? Are you serious? Would you want to enlist in a Biden-Harris administration where they're pushing gender ideology more than combat effectiveness? They're more worried about equity than they are lethality. Boot camp's no longer challenging. They have stress cards. You know, it used to be back in the day, like a man would do something like Marine Corps boot camp, whether it's hard or not. The perception was it's a way to challenge yourself. And, you know, back in the day, the tradition was the man had to prove his worth to the tribe. A young man had to go through a rite of passage, whether it was the Spartan who was thrown in the wilderness and had to come back with a wolf, or the young Indian who had to do his, whatever you call it, the journey, or the fucking, you know, whatever test of a man, you know, to go from boyhood to manhood. There was an accepted test, a way to measure yourself, and every generation had this ingrained in him, whatever rights and traditions were handed down from our fathers. And now it's like, your drill instructor's not allowed to be mean to you. You know, like, are you fucking kidding me? Who would want to be a part of that? Who could honestly say, be proud of being part of that organization? Well, now we got a fucking man at the helm. Like, whether you agree with his politics or not, he's definitely bringing back what it means to be a goddamn Marine. You know, that used to mean something. You know, earning your Eagle Globe and Anchor used to be, you know, obviously we know it's not the same thing as a Navy SEAL, but when you're a fucking kid, you don't know that. You hear the few, the proud, and you see some guy on TV fighting a dragon with a sword. Let's do that shit. Never mind, that was the Officer Malamu's sword, and dragon was CGI, but hey, whatever. You don't know that, right? Is Marine Corps boot camp that much harder than the Army? No, not really. It's a little longer and they yell at you more, but then your continuation of like, you know, really about the same. You know, they have their different difficulties and their different aptitudes that they are selected towards. I would say the Marines are a small, mobile force that practice a modernized version of combined arms lightning warfare, where they use small squad tactics to infiltrate, pinpoint, and annihilate the enemy, where the Army is more of an occupying force. In theory, you know, that's when the boys, like, we come in and kick the door in and duct tape everyone up until your older brother shows up and it takes over the property. You know what I mean? That's how I always saw it. But I don't know. The last 4 years, I saw these, you know, everything was about gender and equity and nothing to do with making us more of a lethal force. God damn it. All right, drum roll. But what's your thoughts? Why did you guys join? Like, what caused you, other than maybe, for me, I was a homeless kid. I wanted a better way of life. You know, like, I was living on the streets. I was getting arrested all the time. I wanted to get my shit together. In case you're wondering why I'm like bouncing around like a Roomba, I'm looking for something specific. I cannot find it. God damn it. Who was volunteering to come over and help me clean my garage? Who was that again? I forgot. M12. Damn, thanks for responding. Let's see. Bicep injured, deadlift. Yes. Great Pyrenees. Warfare is about the Battle of Ramadi. Dybrid is a Ramadi vet. Oh yeah, okay. I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it out, Stephen. M12 tour bicep. Let's see. We're getting more PT. Goddamn right. Why do you think recruitment's been so low? Also, back to how I saw most of the people at MEPS going Air Force. I feel like the most people who want to join the Air Force in general, from what I understand, is the best funded branch. Maybe. I don't know. Is Gen X on the YouTube chat? What do you mean the YouTube chat? This one? I'm gonna write something. H H-E-L-L-O. Hello. Yep. I mean, I could be on the chat. I don't know why I'd want to. Did it come up? Did my comment come up? Do. All right, guys. All right, so I'm gonna unrack this thing, and if it feels unstable at all, I am not gonna chance it. Okay. Because I can literally just rep out 405 for sets of 10, and I could easily be just as strong without having to go as heavy. But that's not a mark of a fucking warrior. Nobody gives a shit how many times you can squat 405. Being a pussy. Man, that was nothing. It did feel a little. It felt a little unstable. It felt like it was sliding down my back a little. Just like anything else, I just had to do it. I could rep that up for fucking 10. I'm not even out of breath. I had built that up in my head, like, oh, what's gonna happen? No, still though, I mean, if it did slip off my back and I had to catch it with this arm, that would be really bad. So as long as I let this arm control the eccentric and not this one, I'm good. So if I can't let this one hold the weight on my bicep. So I could push down and then control it back up with this arm. The only problem is it's pulling the rope uneven. Ooh. Look at how much smaller this arm is. Look at that. So after a while, this will stretch back out. But the tricep doesn't look too bad. As you can see, like one side to the other. Like a little tiny, I'm like a fiddler crab. One giant claw, one little baby one. I got no forearm definition. Like, you can see like the, yeah, I guess that's not too bad. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. What's your opinion on Europeans? I don't have one. They seem like pretty nice fellers to me. They talk funny though. No, I'm Europeans. I have lots of friends from Europe. Is this a torn muscle? Riz ba haldia? No. Well, okay. Originally, yes. The muscle tore off the radius, but they surgically reattached it, so it's been fixed. So you can see the scars. Y'all, y'all. So they cut here, pulled the tendon down, drilled it into the radius, reattached it. So that's this tendon right here. So I'm not allowed to flex it, and it hurts to do so, but it's there. I can feel it. So now this arm is atrophied, which, you know, the muscle's wasting away. It's been immobile for over a month. I've been, you know, doing some band work to keep the triceps from completely atrophying. Now, when I start to rehab this, I'm going to start doing what's called occlusion training, which means I'm going to use a band to limit the circulation. I can get a lot more hypertrophy with a lot less weight using that technique. How did it feel when it tore off? You know, I'll be honest with you. So it felt like when you rip a piece of Velcro off something, and it was an immediate, huge flash of pain, like stubbing your toe times 10. But then it kind of subsided really quickly. It like initially hurt. Like you saw me jump when I did it. I did it. I dropped the bar. I jumped. I went, ah! By the time I got to the camera, I came back and I was like, okay, let's see. The pain subsided. And I was feeling around and I'm like, man, what happened? Did I totally, I mean, it really didn't hurt. So my doctor told me the reason why it didn't hurt that bad is because you had already ripped the tendon off the bone. There's nothing to hurt. So if it was a partial tear, it would have hurt. It would have been excruciating. Crazy but genuine question, Gen X. Do you think there will be a World War III of sorts, or maybe at least another big war anytime soon? So, all right. I actually studied geopolitics. Now, I know I play a fucking moron on television. I'm a moron who lifts weights in his garage, right? And if I told you guys, you would laugh. You would think I'm an idiot. You wouldn't believe me. You would think I was one of those stolen valor fucknuts. You'd say, there's no way some dipshit construction worker. So I studied geopolitics, of sociology, uh, political science, game theory. I okay. I'm just going to say this, and you can believe me or not believe me. I have an IQ that is above 150. I have tested genius on more than one occasion. And like, I play stupid. I act stupid. I try not to be the smartest guy in the room. I listen. I watch people, and I don't compete. I don't like compare credentials. I don't ever try to brag about how smart I am or how much I've accomplished or what level of school I've done. If people ask me, I say I barely graduated high school. I'm a fucking dumbass, homeless veteran. But secretly, chemical engineering. I've worked in chemical and industry for the last 4 years. I've been, I've maintained my secret clearance. Most of the Olin chemical sites are also Twix sites with the Coast Guard, so you have to maintain a security clearance in order to be in the upper management engineering departments and things of that nature. So anyway, I am claiming to have above 150 IQ. Yes, I have tested on more than one occasion. The lowest score I've gotten was 148, and the highest was 151. Whatever. Why even say all that? Well, because I actually study geopolitics, and I actually think I have a pretty good pulse on what's going on in the world. But when I start getting into it, here's what happens. People always fucking argue with me, and these are the same people who've done their research watching CNN and MSNBC. Oh, maybe Fox News. And I get really, really tired of trying to explain things to, I hate to say it, but people that are both misinformed and not interested in having their opinions swayed. So that being said, all that shit I just said, just to tell you that I actually do have some opinions on the direction the world is going in, why it's going in that direction, and we're already in World War III, sort of. Now, so most people's fear is that China is we're gonna get in a war with China, right? So if China's backed in a corner and here's the thing, let me tell you some fun facts about China. Does anybody want to know some fun facts about China? I asked this a man barely joining the service who's just curious. No, I know. And the reason why I bring it up is because you're just joining the service, and I had the same questions when I went in. What shithole are they going to send me to, and am I going to survive it? All right. China. China actually spends more on their military than the United States does. What? We're reported to have over almost $1 trillion spending a year, and they're barely above $300 billion. Yes, but the way they value their currency and report their money, I could go into it, but they'll always be underreporting, and their currency at the value that they're reporting it buys way more than our dollar at the level we're reporting it, if that makes sense. So they export and import about a 10-to-1 ratio with the United States. They do not have they have the ability to manufacture any of the high-end microchips that they would need to power things like guided missiles, radars, things of that nature. Every single thing they have is a copy from the United States. And does that mean it's a bad copy and it doesn't work? Not necessarily. Regardless, every bit of technology they have has not only been stolen from the United States, but has been given the direction that we want them to progress in by the United States, meaning 6th-generation fighters. They got to have it. They do have their own GPS technology, so that's kind of cool. But again, it's dependent upon circuitry that they don't have the ability to produce. Now, they, because of the one child policy, have been in a deficit for the replacement, the necessary amount of births to replace the working population. They breached that threshold well over 10 years ago. They have, I want to say 60% of their workforce is about to go into retirement age, and they only have about 40%, it might even be less than that, of the replacement of skilled workers to replace them. So that means that they are going to fail they will not exist in 10 years. There is not enough people to replace the working population of China for that country to continue to exist in 10, 15 years max. So the only alternative for them to continue to exist as a nation is to steal and or import from others, meaning they have to um, either allow people to immigrate into China, or they have to take over countries that can balance out what they don't have in their own country. Now, that's the whole Belt and Road Initiative. So that being said, that's every country that they're indebting themselves to is they're doing the same thing America did, except for one key difference. Every fucking buddy hates them. Now, not everybody was America's allies, and a lot of them saw us as imperialists, but they didn't see us as the enemy. Everyone that China does business with hates them. Every single country is an enemy of China, and they are only indebted to them. So their relationship is tenuous at best. Now, when China gets backed into a corner, the whole reason why they want to take Taiwan over has nothing to do with the fact that they're producing the microchips necessary for China to continue to exist at its current technological level. That's a bonus. The reason why they want it back is a point of national pride, and it has to do with the communist revolution and the nationalist party being exiled to an island. That we could go into the history of China when Mao Zedong took over and the communist revolution and the whole nationalist thing after World War II. But regardless, to say that the reason they want Taiwan back is more of like a point of pride. So Winnie the Pooh cannot be seen by his people as being weak in any capacity, which is also why he's flaming this trade war that's literally ending the capitalism that's fueling their economy right now. So they export 10 to 1. They export 10 times the amount to the United States as we import to them. So with the current tariffs that Trump's burying them with, if they can't find another market to export these goods at, they're literally going to bankrupt uh, their entire economy. It's just, what else do you guys want to know? I mean, I could keep going. It's crazy. They literally can't go to war with the United States, and we can't go to war with them. We can talk a lot of shit. There might be a skirmish in the Pacific, but China, if it was China against the United States just by itself, they could probably pose a threat in their littoral waters. But everybody hates them. Japan, Korea, the Philippines, Thailand. I mean, anybody that has access to the waterways and a navy, it literally surrounds China. India is their biggest antagonist, and they're literally landlocked with them. Second or third largest army in the world, and the other thing that the major Achilles heel of the Chinese is, even though they're training their asses off and they've come a long way technologically, and I'm not saying they don't pose any threat, they have no fucking combat experience at all, none whatsoever. And we have literally been generations fighting, fathers literally meeting up with their sons in Afghanistan for the last 40 years of my life. Uh, that being said, it doesn't mean they're not a threat and we shouldn't respect them. It's just like, I think it's way overblown, the threat that they possess. And the fact is, the matter, like, they literally cannot afford to go to war with us, and especially currently. Like, um, really all we need to do is blow up that giant dam and flood. What's that city? That'd be a good start. I'm sure that's like our first target is to put a couple tomahawks into that fucking dam. That being said, I have a lot of friends, a lot of good friends that are Chinese, and they're cool people, man. I love those guys. Not a big fan of their government. I always tell them that, but as far as the people go, they're fucking awesome. I don't want to see anything bad happen to the people. Uh, so we covered China. Which country do you guys want to know about next? We could go into France. That whole thing with France is getting really screwed up. What about Iran? Okay, so Iran was exposed by the Israelis as having zero, zero recourse to the F-35 and certainly nothing for the B-2. All of their S-4 Russian anti-air batteries were completely useless against the F-35s that the Israelis flew over their border. The Iranians have a cute navy capable of doing some comical things short term. It would be kind of like the Benny Hill music that plays when they're all running around the screen. I'm pretty sure Iran is so comically bad at fighting. That is the absolute reason why they've had proxies do it for them for the last, I don't know how many years. They have no viable air force. Their air defense that was vaunted air defense, they have a lot of surface air missiles, was proven to be absolutely impotent against the F-35 to the point where they weren't even able to target them. Their underground bunkers where they store all of their military assets, which are indefilade, which means so close to the angle of a mountain that you couldn't shoot a bullet at a right angle to hit it, because the mountain's like here and the bullet angle's like this, right? Can't shoot through that. Yeah, we can. And we could do it with bombs that were designed to penetrate much farther underground than their bunkers are. They literally, like, I don't even know what Iran would do. Like, what are they going to do? Nothing. They would be wiped out. They would be literally wiped out, and their only prayer is that Russia would come to their defense. And they're making lots of friends. That's why they got the, God almighty, Iran. But that being said, so now you want to talk geopolitics, here's something interesting. The Iranians have an entire generation of younger people, my age and younger, who are extremely liberally minded. And I mean liberal in the classic liberal sense, like Western values, freedom of speech, the whole nine yards. And until the Shah was deposed of power, they were really moving towards a Western culture, or at least liberal as far as Muslims are concerned. And it was really turning into a destination in the 70s, early 80s until the Ayatollah took power. Man, it was moving in the right direction. Like, Iran was turning into one of those places where you're like, like Bahrain or Dubai. You want to go to Iran? Hell yeah, man. And that shit got all wiped out. I mean, it used to be a place where you'd look at pictures of beaches in Iran and you see all these hot chicks and we're like, whoa. Now you're like, where are the women at? They exist. They're the ones wearing the fucking Jedi robes with face masks. So most of the population hates the tyrannical, authoritarian government that they are forced to live under with extreme censorship. It just sucks. I mean, it would really suck. So the reason I bring that up is because as Americans, we're not insensitive to the fact that given an opportunity, that population would definitely overthrow the government and be an ally of the United States or Western culture. So I think the reason why there's a lot of reasons, but one big one, and one of the reasons why we never took some of the major opportunities we had to really go hard at them was because we were hoping to for their culture to do it themselves. But it's just, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough when you live in a country like that and um, your censorship's at the barrel of a gun, or torture, or worse. Uh, Middle East history buff in college, and when we pulled out, I was greatly disappointed, as most Americans were. Oh yeah, don't get me started on the fallout in Afghanistan. Dude, I could spend 3 hours talking about how we completely fucked our allies, the people that we trained with, bled with, fought next to, lied to, told that we would be there for them, and then abandoned them to be tortured and executed. Uh, what makes me mad, the one thing that I don't like about America is we are dishonorable to people that we say are allies to us. It's like the Kurds or the, yeah. We say we're going to train you, we're going to equip you, and we're going to give you all the tools necessary to be successful. And we lie to you, and then we abandon you. But it's not the fault of the guys that are training with them. Us in the field next to them. We meant everything we said. We're your brothers. We trained with you. We slept with you. We fought with you. We meant everything we said. And then our command says, fuck no, you're out of here. And it makes us a liar. Like all those guys that are on the ground with those guys, they meant every word of it. They absolutely meant every word. And a lot of them did everything they could to make sure they brought as many back as possible. But the fact of the matter is our fucking shitty ass democratic government, like, they don't give a fuck because they know that most of the American population is too stupid to understand the concept of like a foreign army that what would you even call it? The average American doesn't even know that we raised and assembled an armed forces to police that country, and we empowered them to take over with an interim government. Like, they don't even know that. They don't know. They're like, I don't know, they're all a bunch of weirdos over in the Middle East, and they just fucking let them kill each other. Oh, okay, yeah, that's awesome. Hope nothing bad ever happens to you or your family. Fucking idiots. And it's not their fault either. What did Ian say? Let's see. Ian Miller says, is Ian talking shit again? Only politics. This is OP now, only politics. Oh, well, no, the guys asked me. So they asked me specific questions, and I asked them what they want to know the answer to, so we're talking. Ian, you're about to join the fucking Navy. You should be more interested in what's going on in the world. Because here's what I can tell you. My 10-year-old daughter understands pop references better than you do, which tells me you grew up in a convent, maybe? Or some dude's basement? I don't know. You're not a man of the world, let's put it that way. So you should take an interest in these things. You're about to join the fucking Navy, dude. How dare you speak about stuff? I just want, hey, monkey boy, move the weights and shut up. Quit your politicking. No, I got to give you shit. I got a soft spot for him. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how much shit he tries to talk to me, I gotta bring it back around and let him know I love you, buddy. You're a good kid, and I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. But you want to fucking go? We can go, buddy. You want to go? But we can go. Bring it, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, you might not have an extra chromosome, but you match the description. They say if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it flies like a duck and it smells like a duck, it might be a duck. And you look awfully retarded. I'm just saying. Too much chit chat. Go squat then. Oh, Mateo, I don't know, man. I hit that for that's the heaviest I've gone since I've had my surgery. So I don't think I'm gonna go heavier again. But I will, however, do one more set of these pull downs, and then I am gonna call it an evening because it is getting late. And holy fuck, how long have I been online for? Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. I do think this has been my longest podcast. This shit's ridiculous. I should not be on this long. Hey, Ian, I bought a Smith machine. Or rather, my wife did. So again, the way this works is I'm not allowed to put any pressure on the bicep. So what I can do is I can press down with the triceps and allow this arm to do the eccentric. Even though the eccentrics have to fucking work out, still better than nothing. I don't want to overdo it. So what was I doing before? I was taking a band. I call this the David Carradine press. So you put a band around your neck and you just press. And the band does the eccentric for you. Better than nothing. Are you into history at all, Gen X? Yes, big time. Especially American history. Is it better for recovery doing it that way? No. The reason I'm doing it that way is because I had surgery and my bicep still can't have any weight on it. So I'm just trying to be extra cautious. I love you, Ian. I'm just fucking with you, brother. Is it better? Let's see. Thank you for stopping the stream, Ian. And not acting like a bozo. Is it what recovery? Are you into history? Yes, the movement you can get with a skull crusher and a curl bar, right? Yes. But here's the deal. When I press this way, I don't want any weight on the bicep, which is the eccentric of that lift. So I can let go of it with this hand and guide it back with this hand and then press and then release and press and release. So I put no weight whatsoever on the bicep, all the weight still on the tricep. Is it effective? It's better than nothing. Anyway, yes, I'm huge in American history. I did my college thesis dissertation on the 1917 revolution, the October Revolution, Russia, when the Bolsheviks took power. I studied Eastern Bloc. Well, communism, socialism, collectivism, all of its iterations and failures across multiple generations and cultures. Why Communism Sucks by Charles Widener. Why Marx is an inbred retard who got anything of interest from stolen, plagiarized. He was a spoiled, rotten, rich mama's boy who lived off his mother until she cut him off. And because of that, I want to say over 100 million people had to starve to death and be killed because of an ideology he pushed. So that's awesome. You should shave your beard. Yeah, no. Why should I shave my beard, Ian? Little Joe. Hoorah! Hoorah. Let it slide. You're one of us now. My maximum squat on record, if you go on my videos right now, recently I hit 600 for 5 reps. I want to say 670 is the highest I had in the gym, and I was going to legitimately attempt 700 in competition. I did 700 my last competition. However, when I was coming up out of the hole, I stepped forward. I stutter stepped, so it didn't count, but I had the strength to do the squat. The strength was there. I did finish the squat on my own power. It didn't count because I came out of the groove. So I do legitimately believe I have a 700-pound squat in me. Maybe not right this minute. I got to recondition and get back. But yeah, so I was going to say, Ian, as far as whether the beard comes or stays or goes, that is 100% up to my wife. And she likes it, so it's staying. Thank you, 420. I appreciate that. I hope you guys subscribe and stick around. Douglas Peters, TMTV. My favorite, the Industrial Revolution and post-World War II. What a time to be alive. Being an American was still something, was amazing. Yeah, dude, I love history, and if you guys subscribe and stick around this channel, we definitely talk a lot about this shit. My wife, she did an awesome fucking paper on the Articles of Confederation, and she was big into early American history, amongst other things. That's not her only subject of expertise, but she's also huge into mythology. Greek, I want to say, not Roman, right, babe? Let's see, what else? Oh, man, we could go on and on and on. Like, there's tons of cool stuff. So I lift and talk about nerdy things. I like to lift weights and talk about stuff. And some people do like it, and some people do not. Some people say I should be quiet and pick heavy things up. Other people say, hey, we like it when you talk. You sound funny. Should I start reading Warhammer? Yes. If you hate your free time and money. No, Warhammer lore is awesome. Here's, I'll start easy. Go on YouTube, watch somebody entertaining. Let me see. Not like Major Kill. He's fucking annoying. Luton, his videos are good, but he's a little long-winded. Who do I like? I like Astartes Anonymous. He's funny. I like Tales from the Black Library. He's pretty funny. I like, I don't like Wes Hammer because I got to see his face. That's annoying to me. Oh, Baltimore. Baltimore. He is my favorite 40K lore channel. Baltimore. It's just, yeah, find his videos. English, you should start reading. Berserk's awesome. Yeah, Berserk. I have the entire collection. Chainsaw Man. Glad to see the input of that crazy sling you were wearing. My bench press PR raw was 425, and with a slingshot it was, oh man, I really came close to hitting 500. I was so fucking, I couldn't get it locked out. I did 3 attempts, so I'll say 475. Ian, see you, brother. What would be your best advice on young people thinking about joining the military? Little Joe. don't wait too long. Okay, number one, do not the late entry program where they take you out of high school and say, "We'll give you the rest of the summer to fuck your life up," and you don't have to go right in right away. It can only cause trouble. You get arrested once or do something stupid, you're fucking done. The second thing is, um, don't let the recruiter push you. Do a job you want to do. The recruiter's a fucking salesman with a quota. Not saying he's trying to screw you over, but assume he is. Trust nobody. Second, or third. Second, make sure you're good at math. No, don't waste your time getting in great physical shape, going in like ripped, like, David Goggins. Like, be good enough to be middle of the pack. They say you should do at least 5 pull-ups. Be able to do 10. They say you should run a mile and a half in 14 minutes. Be able to do it in 8, 9. They say you should be able to do 100 sit-ups in 2 minutes. Be able to do 100 in 1 minute. Whatever. Don't be a stud. Don't be a pussy. Be right there in the middle. They're going to train you. You're there to train. You'll get good at that shit. And then from there, if you want to be a stud, you can then progress naturally. Because the guys that come in and they're like ripped like bodybuilders, they get fucking bagged on and they immediately stand out. The guys that are fat bodies go through living hell. Don't be a fat body. Don't do it. Just don't do it. You could be a little overweight. Don't be a fat body. If you're too anything, if you're too smart, play stupid. Be dumb. Don't stand out. For me, I was a smart ass. I thought everything was funny. So every time this drill instructor said something, I'd be like, like, fucking idiot. Like, dude, I was homeless. Like, I was on the streets. And this fucking retard, like, I'm like, you ain't gonna fucking do anything. What are you gonna do? You're not allowed to. I was wrong about a few things, but, oh my God. What is it? You made me do push-ups. I'll tell you this anecdote and then I'll get offline. It's a boot camp anecdote. I forgot what he said. Oh yeah, so he was talking about when you take your uniforms on an airplane. He was saying, don't wear your Bravos and get them all fucking wrinkled up like a nasty hobo. Hang that shit on a hanger and tell that air hooker, he's talking about the stewardess, do you know to hang it up? When he said air hooker, I went, really? That's funny. And he immediately looked over at me and I'm like, uh-oh. So he's like, wider, quarterback. Oh, hell no. I get up there and push. So he gets a drill instructor, Sergeant Gomez, over there. He's like, Widener thinks jokes are funny. You think jokes are funny, Widener? Whatever. I don't remember if I said yes or no. I was like, whatever. So he gets down there and he goes, okay, I'm going to fucking... Gomez had this thick Mexican accent. He's like, okay, Widener. You think jokes are funny? I'm gonna tell you jokes until you laugh, you keep pushing, or whatever, something to that effect. So I'm like, yes, sir. And I'm pushing, and he goes, knock, knock. And I went, he didn't even say, who's there? He said, knock, knock. And I started laughing, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna pop your heart, you stupid. Like, I remember he's like, got me over, and I'm doing what he called flutter kicks, and he's like, roses are red. I'm like, I don't know why. I couldn't not laugh. I just couldn't do it. I don't know if it was a nervous fucking tick, because I was like, please don't laugh, please don't laugh, please don't laugh. But it was something about this 5'3" meatball with that thick accent trying to say jokes. That was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever heard in my life. And I was really trying not to disrespect this man, but Lord have mercy. And I don't even remember how it ended. I think I finally, they wore. All right. And on that note, gentlemen, bicep curl PR home running KG. I do not have a PR for curling. Do I like bicep curling? Not particularly. I don't have anything against it, but it's not. I tell you what, since I injured my bicep, I'm going to be doing a lot more conditioning. So I will be curling a lot more, but the curl is not one of those lifts that I see as a good test of strength, even though it is included in a lot of strength competitions. Do you have any advice on building muscle? Yes. You can't break the law of thermodynamics. Matter is not created from nothing. So in order for your body to grow, you must give it something. In order for your body to grow muscle, you must force it to adapt to stress that it has not been put under before. So if you're one of these rock hard motherfucking iron workers that says, I'll bust my ass on a construction site all day long and I can't figure out why I don't get bigger, it's because your body's adapted to doing what you're doing every day. Something has to increase. So if you want to grow muscle, you must increase the stress that your body's put under, usually in the form of progressive overload with hypertrophy, which is a long way of saying muscle growth. So what does that look like? Progressive meaning more, overload, weight. You have to have more weight over more time. Something must increase, either the amount of reps you're doing or the amount of weight you're moving, usually in tandem. And most progressive overload programs over time increase weight and or reps. The starting strength 5x5 every 4 weeks increases the amount of weight you add onto your barbell for your sets of 5, following linear progression until your body cannot do it anymore. The Wendler 5-3-1 uses what's called undulating periodization, also linear progression, and it rotates percentages of your 1 rep max for sets to failure. What's another one? You got the Juggernaut, there's a whole bunch of them, but essentially they all have one thing in common, and that is progressive overload. If your muscles are going to grow, you must increase something. You show me a guy that benches 315 pounds and he does the same amount of weight in sets every day, he will not get one iota bigger or stronger, but he'll still be able to bench 315 pounds. So, anyway, on that, Chainsaw Man, just kidding. You know, hell, no, I read manga and watch anime. I used to be really into Western comics, but they've gotten really fucking lame over the last 5 years. And yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd. I like comics. I like manga. We do cosplay. We do Comic-Con. Warhammer. Beyblade, Bakugan, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons. Mostly Warhammer. I haven't done the other stuff in a while. My wife and I, for the most part, more her than me, watch anime almost every single evening. Usually Crunchyroll or Funimation, one of those two. Not exclusively, but typically. Douglas Peters TMTV. Douglas Peters TMTV. What am I missing here? Just kidding. Quick thoughts. Chainsaw. Let's see. Milo of Croton. Oh, okay. She has seen the Berserk 1997 anime. Yeah, the Berserk anime is not that great though. I think the comic or the manga is way better. There's so much more to the story. You know what I mean? Like the animes, none of them, the 97 or the 2013. They did have a PS2 video game that covered some stuff. Amrapal Singh. I'm doing all right, man. I like the original anime and the manga. Hell yeah, man. 420 High Boy. Hell yeah. I hope you subscribed. I want to talk to you some more in the future. Douglas Peters, TMTV. Jujutsu Kaisen's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I know it's like mainstream, popular. It's like saying, like, I like steak. Yes, we all like steak. But steak's awesome, right? There's nothing wrong with liking popular stuff. Manga's definitely better. There's always some edgy guy that's like, I manga more than you because I watched How Cells Work, the entire series. And like, my wife's like, oh, I saw that 10 years ago, pussy. I mean, my wife, I challenge any of you Nobody. No, I'm not even joking. This is not me being hyperbolic or cute. Nobody that I know who is alive on this planet, man or woman, has watched more anime than my wife. Uh, that being said, my favorite, if I had to pick one anime that I really like, let me think. Which one is I like that one where that chick got reincarnated as a spider. I think it's called that. I got reincarnated as a spider. The slime one was pretty good too. There's too many good ones to pick from. I like that one that's I parry everything. That was pretty good. Let me see. What else is good? Like fucking flies are hitting me. You would have to ask her what her favorite is. Afro Samurai is awesome. I wasn't sure if you subscribed or not, 420. I don't know what her favorite is. She's got, you'd have to ask her, because we're watching this one now where it's Demon Hunter, not Demon Slayer, a Demon Hunter. Fuck, I can't think of the name of it. It's got some long ass title. Oh, dude, there's this one. It's a really awesome one. It's actually a historical Japanese one where these guys keep going back in time into the warlord era of Japan, and it was called. Oh, what is the name of that one, babe? That one's really good. Check out my last comment, Little Joe. It says message rejected. Let's see. Little Joe. Little Joe. I hate it when you guys do that. Check out my last comment. It was like 40 pages ago. I'm gonna go find it. Can you just type it again? What about Batsui Slasher? Yeah. I don't know. I don't see your comment, buddy. Oh, here we go. I guess what I meant is how important is it for young people to join the military nowadays? I'm already locked in, but I know that many people talk down the military nowadays. Yeah, it's popular to do that. All right, I'm going to part with you guys on this one, and then I really have to go to bed. Now more than ever, I think anybody who has the ability to make an organization better, the will and the mind to do it, should join the military. Not because of what it is, but because of what it could be. And what the military needs now more than ever are people that love America and want to make it a better place. Understanding that going into an organization that's fucked up and is trying to be fixed by people who give a shit, things are going to change, and I think they're going to change for the better. But the only way to make it so that it can't be undone by the next administration is to really take ownership. So that means when you see, hear, or experience bullshit, you have to say something about it. So the military now more than ever needs good people. I encourage anybody willing, like anybody, it doesn't matter what your aptitudes are. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be a warrior. You don't have to be, you just have to give a shit about this country, and they'll find a spot for you. And even though veterans like to give each other shit, every cog is important. They wouldn't have a job if it wasn't critical to the mission. So understanding that, yeah, I encourage anyone to join the military. I would not have said this 4 years ago. My son said he wanted to be a Marine, and I looked at him, I was like, no, man. I don't think I could recommend it to him. I was like, it's not the Marine Corps I remember. But now, absolutely. 100%. And take solace in the fact of knowing that if World War III were to start, you'll probably be the safest in the military. Honestly. But on that, guys, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me. This is the longest podcast I've ever done. I have no business being online this long. I had a good time tonight. Good workout. I love y'all, and I'll see you on the battlefield.
subscribe, like, all that stuff. We do more of this nonsense.